I know is that if you're excited about Suikoden, 4 days. 4 days and you can re-experience your nostalgia.
You know
I am
what?
excited for that, but I have so many
I
games.
want that
It
to like
is
get
coming out
canceled or pushed
soon.
back because I just made the decision
I'm
to start playing Phantasy Star, and like I don't need Suikoden on top of my Phantasy Star.
Oh,
Enjoy
sorry,
a very
Brickroad.
slow game, I guess.
You should have.
Should have played
Shoulda.
Phantasy Star earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 10 years ago.
What took them so long to finish that remaster? Do you think? Like,
I
don't
played.
play- I don't know.
I played. I don't know.
I
But I
hope
played
it's
Fantasy
good.
Star 2 not too long ago, and
Mhm.
I was probably about 20 hours of my life.
just why would you pour A1 steak sauce into an ice cream machine?
Because you want
do it.
the creamy steak? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you on this
There's
one. I really
no
don't.
answer at all.
I mean, there's lots of strange ice cream flavors. I use ice cream and sorbet as a base for lots of heinous things.
I mean,
Just like they use pizza as a base for lots of heinous things.
isn't steak sauce and like there's like a molasses component to that, which the sugar of the ice cream, like I feel like you wouldn't get a ton out of this.
Apparently, it tastes horrible. You can just look at the end of the video to see how many ratings it got.
I
Bop,
mean,
bop, 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 bop.
Oh my god! Stop that!
Look, we need to address the elephant in the room, Brickroad.
I don't think he's done an elephant sausage.
I think that might
Don't give him
violate
ideas.
some sort of conservation laws.
That might, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, he previously cooked a steak in ice cream, so
I mean, he's violating a different set of laws, but I mean, like,
The laws of
he's
good
not on
taste.
he's not on the side of poaching.
He seems
don't know
like
that
he's
for a
nice
fact.
guy. He wouldn't be, but
I don't actually. He might be very invested in the death of creatures because he wants to know what they taste like. I believe there was another RPG
Solid
character.
Snake. Or I'm sorry, so is Naked Snake. Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. If we dig Naked Snake, we have to dig the ordinary sausage guy on that criteria.
I was actually building towards Hulkenberg, but the same sort of argument stands.
I wonder if when ordinary sausage eats mushrooms, they fill his battery meter up.
Like his camera recharges.
Yeah.
How else are we gonna find out what the Tsuchinoko sausage tastes like?
Has he done any exotic animals? Has he done like I don't know, like
Yeah,
And
he's
this
done
is pretty low-
alligators and kangaroos and everything else. Like
those aren't
Okay.
exotic though. Like kangaroos are eaten pretty common in Australia, from what I understand, and gators are eaten in Florida. So
I've never
that's-
seen anybody eat alligator meat, and I've lived in Florida
Really?
for 40 years.
it's actually pretty good. You can get it at restaurants.
yeah, they sell it down
wouldn't-
here too.
I haven't had snake though.
I don't want to eat swamp monster. I'm sorry, cow exists.
I mean, swamp monster is pretty good.
Yeah, more for you.
They have
That's all you
bison.
have, you make do.
Bison is good. I like bison.
I've had bison. Bison is just like super cow.
Yeah. It's double cow.
It's like cow, and then afterwards you want to hit something.
What?
I think that's just being a teenage boy.
Are you inheriting its abilities?
Yeah, that's how meat works.
No.
Instead of Mark Ruffalo, our channel, our replacement for Mark Ruffalo is not a butt face.
I would absolutely dump uncooked sausage meat over not a buttface's head.
Oh, now I'm just imagining that hot dog gif with the woman and the hot dogs hitting her face.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean Lindsay Ellis?
Yeah, I didn't know that was who it was.
Ugh.
All right.
That was back in her Channel Awesome days.
What?
I don't know what
What
we're
map am I missing? I'm missing a map. Hold on.
Missing lots of things. My will to live.
I still got my will to live. I'm just missing
My childhood whimsy.
Childhood whimsy is something that we need more of, which is why I think we're playing this
Yeah, which is
game.
why we're returning to high school, right? And having so
Yeah.
much fun.
All that's left in my cold dead heart is spite and cholesterol.
I say without a doubt that like young me would see a lot of these adventures that I play D&D and be like, "Holy shit, this is so cool!" And he would look at this one and go, "Dude, this is Wednesday. Why are you doing this? Why are you having fun?" And then
If
41-year-old me is like, "I'm a teacher. This is how I live out my fantasy."
It's the same.
Ah.
It's the same concept as games like Power Wash Simulator, right?
No,
Like,
I totally agree. I would have hated that as a kid, and now I find it relaxing to just watch. I don't even play it. I just
watch people
play
power
it.
wash stuff. I do that all the time.
I did that when I was at Everett. They would literally power wash the like sidewalks every week, and I just sit there and watch them.
I don't know that I would do it
You're like-
live. That's very weird.
No, I
Yeah,
mean, I was like on a break or something. I'd just be like, "Wow, look at how clean it gets." It's like cathartic just to watch the grime come up as they.
Raz, you can buy a power washer.
I could. I don't have anything.
It's
to
not,
power
it's not the
wash.
point. You're missing the. My wife said the same thing, and she was equally wrong.
No, listen, I power washed my driveway and my back patio, and I would much rather just play a game because that shit gets messy.
I was
Oh,
about
it
to
does
say,
get very messy, yeah.
everybody I know that owns a power washer finds things to power wash. Like they just roll up to people like, "Hey, you need this? Let me power wash your X." Like it doesn't matter. Like I'll power wash the side of your. Let me power wash your siding. Let me power wash your drive-through. Let me power wash like your dog. Like
No,
You can't power wash the dog, man.
I know you intended that to be a variable, but I immediately went to like former partner, and I was like, "Is this safe to use on humans?"
All right.
It's good to wash your ass with.
I what can I even do with this? Now I have this mental image, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it.
That's what a
You
bidet
enjoy
is.
it.
You can
Make a
compartmentalize.
sausage out of it.
you compartmentalize. You just put it in the box. You close the lid. You stuff it
Sit
down.
on the box.
You just stuff it
Yeah.
down by like I don't know your liver or somewhere, and then in 20 years it turns into a tumor and you can get it cut out.
Listen,
All
listen.
right.
I imagine this
Sounds
is
like a
this is
plan.
what you think a bidet must feel like, though. That's the only connection I can make.
Let's see.
Who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you got into last week?
I didn't get in any trouble. I did
We
sick
didn't.
backflips.
We arrived. There you go.
It's hard to
Hell.
get in trouble on your first day at school, let's be honest.
Yeah, no one
Oh,
got
your
expelled
shelter time
yet.
was good.
I mean, the
is
bar
that
would
your
be pretty
plan?
high if that happened.
Is that your plan
I don't know.
to
is it-
expel us?
We're
Do
gonna
you
get
have
further
rules
involved.
for that? Do we have to make a save against the dean?
I do have rules for that. It's very specific. An expelled character exits the game, and Raise Dead doesn't work on if you're expelled.
What about re-enroll? Is that a new spell?
Yeah. Raise grades. Is that a 5th level spell?
It's great.
Academic probation.
Please raise my transcript from the dead.
So has Power Word Kill been replaced by academic probation?
No, you just get expelled, and you're out of the campaign.
Power word expel.
We had a whole discussion about this last week.
That is a very powerful word if it is yelled at you. Expelled.
Do we have Mr. Bone who's threatening to put all of our bad things on our permanent record?
What I have here are exams for all of your classes.
Oh God.
Oh, so that makes you complicit in cheating.
Wait, how am I cheating? I designed the exams.
And then you're going to sell them to us. No, I don't know.
What?
I don't know where I was going with this. I'm sorry.
Remember, if you fail your exam, you don't get to level up.
Level 1's fine. No, it's really not.
We'll just stay at
It's
level
really not.
Well, we didn't get any experience last session, so
1. You didn't?
We got blips
You got blips.
for
We got blips though.
So let me see if we. So we had orientation. We met with our 2nd-year students. We had drama club. That's what my notes say.
I did 2 incredibly awesome roundhouse kicks and a sick backflip. That's all I remember. Like Brickroad, I was just doing it to kind of roleplay a kid who's got way too much energy, and Brickroad's like, roll popularity. Fucking nailed it. So now I'm just going to do that every session constantly
Now
to,
you are
to like chase that high.
You know what's going to happen is that at some point he's going to say roll popularity with disadvantage because it's no longer cool.
Yeah, because you don't have your Zapper Keeper.
Yeah, you're trying to bring it back and you get a 4 and an 8.
Were any of you able to afford a Zapper Keeper?
No.
How much are they?
No,
They're 50
they're
gold.
50 gold.
Or broke.
Yeah. Well,
Or broke children.
So, hey,
Are we paid a stipend?
I had some gold left. I don't know if it was 50 though.
Geppa
Hugo-
and Hugo.
We
Go
do have
ahead
side jobs, so
and
maybe
add
in, like,
5
10
gold
weeks.
pieces to your character sheets
Okay.
for your first week of work study. Your first
Okay.
wages are earned.
Oh, I have a question real fast.
Yeah.
Maybe inappropriate this one. I forgot. When I was doing my background, I get 1 tool proficiency, which says gaming set. Can I change that to just like a painter set?
Yeah, painting tools.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to
Oh,
allow
wow.
another magic paintbrush because that just
That went places.
We're not going to get the like 30,000 cubic feet of paint that we had to measure.
Treble swore he would use all of it, then didn't even get close.
It's too much. You had to paint.
it
like,
was
the
a
back-
lot. It's a lot of paint.
If you
Like-
dumped it in the ocean, like it wouldn't even have filled a hex. But like,
Right. The thing is like you vetoed some of the uses that they list. Like they talk about being able to draw an entire fucking room in empty space, and you're like, nah, son. And that would ate up the paint like really quickly. And instead, I just drew barrels and bolts for San. But yeah,
So you all were given an assignment. Prismari College is going to be putting on cantrip exhibitions, and each of you were tasked with designing a small routine to perform to showcase the cantrip that you know. And I just want to remind myself of how that went, because the 5 of you, each of you met with your second-year mentor. Léopold, you decided to plan a routine with Geppa. Is that correct?
yeah, I'm gonna let Geppa hit me.
Geppa had hand delivered an exquisite routine put together by a tryhard, which he is going to completely disregard as though
Yeah, we're friends.
Genevieve doesn't have a routine because all she did was put together the same teapot 100 times.
yeah, Genevieve has ideas which have been crushed again and again and again into this teapot that she's just repaired, and she's kind of at square one.
You should cast minting on your ideas.
I don't think that works.
And that leaves Hugo and Alister.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know what we could do? We could all just pick, like the 3 of y'all are grumbling about y'all's, and I just like, why don't we all just put on like one big routine?
Alister has his routine.
Alister knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Alister's gonna go play musical instruments without using his hand, and he's probably gonna fuck with Genevieve's routine
Why?
because she's so pure and innocent.
Aren't you good?
He's gonna help.
You're not playing.
You're not.
You and Genevieve are the same alignment.
I do want to remind you, you are not playing Syrah.
Isn't he?
Genevieve.
You're not playing Sarah or Victor anymore.
Yeah, I don't know where this energy is.
I am
coming
going to
from.
remind you that I have called Chaos Goblin this campaign. I
Yeah,
called it.
if anyone's gonna fuck with me, it's Geppa.
And did Hugo design his routine? It is currently the last night
No.
in your dorm before the night of the exhibition, and Hugo still doesn't know what he's going to do.
I mean, do you want to be part of ours?
That's true to
I
life.
don't
He's
know.
like
What do
got
you-
all these classes, and he's got his work study and all his responsibilities with drama club. Like he just hasn't had time to do this exhibition nonsense.
Well,
I cast prestidigitation. I don't know what you want me to. Like, it's probably the most like broad cantrip in the universe.
you could jazz up ours, like
How
trying
does
to
that
think,
work?
like
So
I don't
you can have it so Genevieve puts you out of the teacup, fills it with a liquid, then the teacup breaks, and then you clean it up with your prestidigitation.
well,
Then it's like a comedy routine.
like it can do like what does prestidigitation do? It does. You can have 3 effects active at once.
Isn't it like lights and stuff? Let me get the spell description.
You have 3
Yeah, I'm looking at it
non-instant.
right now.
You know what we could do? We could set some torches around,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah,
you,
no,
you
that's
you-
kind of what I was imagining.
you light them all. Like we put them in a thing, and then like you do, you cause, and you could do like the instantaneous effects, like when Geppa demonstrates his, and then when I demonstrate mine. Like,
So Hugo is going to join the Geppa Léopold routine.
I mean, if he
Yeah.
wants to,
Yeah.
because prestidigitation is very, like, I don't know what these people are like expecting of these cantrips. To be honest, they're
Who's got the-
cantrips.
Who among us is the best dexterity?
Got 16.
16.
I have a 16.
Hey, Geppa, once you juggle some torches as I light them.
I
In
have a 20.
There you go.
So he's going to start juggling unlit torches, and then you're going to use prestidigitation to light them.
yeah.
Can prestidigitation do that?
It can light. You
range
instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, torch, or small campfire.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, range 10 feet.
Yeah, so it should be like, pow, pow,
All right.
pow.
I mean, that could actually look really cool if you're like lighting and snuffing them as they're going through the air.
Oh yeah, yeah. Snuff them
mean-
when they're yeah.
The casting time is 1 action, so I mean, like, in combat you couldn't do that, but like as a performance for like Rule of Cool, I don't know,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you can cast it roughly once every 6 seconds.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I start juggling, and then you
See, the fire's already there. The fire's there, and it's going. So, like, I could. Yeah, it doesn't have to just be 3 torches. I don't have to maintain those 3 torches. Those 3 torches can burn on their own. So, like, you can start juggling like 5 or 6.
Where are you doing this practice? Just in the common area?
Juggling practice? Well, I guess the first question is, are you even practicing? It's the night before the exhibition.
I think we go out to the quad and do this.
Okay.
sure.
Are we all going out there?
I mean, Alister's gonna go practice, I guess.
Okay.
Genevieve has like teapots to like work with, and
I'm not
every
going to
now and-
practice. I got
every-
this.
Every now and then, Genevieve hands you a teapot and says, "Can you throw this on the ground for me?"
It's just Geppa's just in the. They're just the 2 of them are in the dorms, and Geppa's just breaking teapots all night.
Yeah, she's just like, "Thanks," and she goes back and repairs it. And I fucked it up. Can you do it again?
Hugo,
Sir.
give me a spellcasting ability check. Léopold,
Yeah.
give me a dexterity check. Give me
11.
dexterity. call it sleight of hand.
Okay,
Hugo, that was
14.
11.
Yep.
14. Alister, give me your musical instrument check. Charisma plus, well, your spell casting ability plus your tool proficiency with your, what musical instrument do you have?
It's a violin.
Okay. Is your spell casting ability
Charisma.
Okay, so give me charisma violin.
Yeah, that's a 14. I suck at rolling.
14. Geppa is not practicing, and Genevieve's not doing anything that requires skill.
Well, she's making like a sort of art project. I don't know if that's a skill.
No, you're not. You're repairing the same teapot over and over.
No, she is taking a bunch of different teapots
Mhm.
and making like a sort of like I made a story up to go along with this. So
Are
I
you
don't
making
know
a
if that
teapot
requires a
balloon?
check.
I don't think
I think
mending
you
works that
mentioned
way.
this.
I think mending can mend a broken teapot, but I don't think you can put a piece of an unrelated teapot into one that it doesn't go with.
No, I think they have to be. So I guess I'll explain the project
Yeah.
in a little more detail. So she has 5 teapots, and she's going to break all of them and then repair them to different stages. So like the first one will be like totally broken.
Mhm.
The second one will be like 20% repaired, then 40, then 60, and then she has a story that she's gonna write to go along with this.
In that case,
Which is why she's having Geppa
give me a
keep breaking.
performance check. You can use
Yeah, that
either
seems worth it.
intelligence, charisma, or popularity for this check.
Okay. I need to look at this. Performance, intelligence. Okay. 18.
18.
I used intelligence.
Okay. And bear with me one moment. All right, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding what the schedule was going to be like. So are we doing like a Hugo Léopold performance and then a separate Leo Geppa performance? Like Leo's going to be in 2 different things? Or is
I think
Hugo...
Geppa has to go first independently to show that he can like shatter statues or whatever with his staff before the other one becomes impressive.
So Geppa's going to go up first and show that he can break stuff with his stick.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be a Geppa Leo demonstration where you punch Leo and he doesn't die.
Yes.
And then there's going to be a Leo Hugo demonstration, assuming that Leo doesn't die, where Leo is juggling and Hugo is like lighting and snuffing his torches. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we've got 3 different scheduled presentations there, and then Alister and Genevieve are doing their own thing. All right.
So, question.
Yeah.
For Destil. On the off chance you crit,
Mm-hmm.
what is the maximum amount of damage you can do?
21.
That's a lot.
I think that's death. I think it's instant death.
But I'll have resistance. So I'll have 1 hit point left. You cannot
so-
kill me.
10. Oh, okay. Good.
I have 11 hit points. We're good. I just wanted to check.
I mean, in that case, though, like in that case, now we have Léopold with 1 hit point, just bloody and bruised, like woozy, juggling lit torches.
Which is even
That's
better.
even more impressive. I think it's
I-
just even more impressive.
I think he should have his demo last.
Well, this doesn't affect Alister or Genevieve at all because they're doing their own separate individual things.
But we're still concerned about Léopold.
I'll heal him if he
Right,
gets
but
hurt.
the amount that Léopold gets hurt isn't going to impact your grade.
Yeah, but Genevieve will worry about it while she's working.
So here's a question. Because they're not doing every exhibition in one night. They're doing this kind of informal staging at a place called the Rose Stage. which is one of the first things that you pass when you come off of the tram into the Prismari College. And they're doing some number of exhibitions each night. And it's a kind of thing that people will stop and watch in passing. But the question is, do you guys attend any of the other exhibition nights? Watch any of your classmates performing
Sure.
with their cantrips?
Yeah.
Alex is going to go to all of them.
Alex is going to go to all of them?
Yeah.
I'll go to one. Why not?
We'll see
We'll
what
see.
we
I'll
got.
go to the first one and see if I like it.
Genevieve doesn't want to go alone, so she'll go with a friend.
I mean,
She'll go
I'll
with
go.
Geppa.
I'll also go.
Okay.
Hugo will go as long as his work allows.
And it's about what you would expect. A kind of awkward talent show sort of thing. It ranges from fairly impressive to deeply cringe.
Okay, so question.
Mhm.
This is over multiple nights, right?
Yeah, figure over a couple of probably over the course of 2 weeks or so.
Okay, so we get a long rest after each night, yeah?
Yeah.
So Alister is just randomly going to give Bardic Inspiration to like 3 people of the night. Just to make them do better.
So Alister is going to show up and watch all the exhibitions every night for 2 weeks.
Yes, and he's going to cheer the people on and tell them they did a great job, even if they're cringe.
Okay.
Is that how you word it?
Alister, give me a population check.
A population check?
Yes.
Population.
This will determine
Yeah.
whether your assistance is seen as being like something very nice and generous, or if you're just a cringy tryhard.
I rolled an 11.
An 11? All right, so probably neither of those things, just in the middle. Yeah, it turns out when you get a lot of teenagers in one place doing weird, awkward performances, it runs the gamut. Some of them are hard to watch. Some of them are like, hey, this person should be in drama club with us. I guess the next question is, how much of this does Geppa watch? Does he enjoy watching people go onto the stage and make fools out of themselves?
Actually, it gets old pretty quick. I don't think he's going to see more than one night
Right.
from the sound of it.
You can only watch so many people cast True Strike in a row before you've got to check out.
Yeah.
I think.
What even was their cantrip? Genevieve whispers to Geppa.
I mean, it looked like they were looking into the future, and then they weren't sure what they saw. Was what I made out of that.
I mean, if you're afraid to look, don't open the door. I'm not one to talk, I suppose.
Leo has fully fallen asleep during this night in the stands.
Hey, do you want to go back and break more teapots?
Are you asking me?
Sure.
I mean, I feel like we're kind of. I feel like that's been a little bit done at this point, my friend.
Oh yeah,
If you're enjoying it, if you're getting something out of it, I'll help. Why not?
That's
But-
even more boring than this.
there are 8 other students with the mending cantrip whose entire thing is just going up on stage and mending something. Here's a broken fence post.
Yeah.
Here's a bent spoon.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
There is no spoon.
This is the Rose stage where all of this is taking place. So you can kind of see the walks in front of the stage. You can imagine these walkways connecting various parts of the campus. So it's kind of like a stage at a theme park. You kind of walk past on your way to somewhere else. Maybe you stop for a minute, and maybe you don't.
I don't know anyone who's ever used those.
What do you mean?
You see the little stages at theme parks and stuff all the time. I had to actually perform in one as a kid for band, and I think 2 people stopped and watched our performance because they had a kid and they were tired. Why would you go to one at a theme park?
There was a stage at Disney Springs a couple years ago. Some of my family from Ohio came down, and it wasn't being used for anything. It was in the middle of the day. There wasn't a performance going on. There was a giant sign on both sides of the stage that said, "Please don't sit on the stage." My brother-in-law sat on the stage, and he got yelled at, and he spent the
I bet
rest
he did.
of his vacation bitterly complaining about it. Like, how dare they? It was really funny.
How dare they clearly indicate their desires for this
He
space.
was sitting next to the sign that said "Don't sit here," playing on his phone.
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
take in a picture of that and just like send it to him every time
Oh.
you're annoyed.
I didn't argue with him. Just like we're all just like, yeah, you're right. That sucks, man. But
Oh man, if only there was clearly indicated language.
so this
You're
particular
nicer than I
stage,
am.
for these 2 weeks, they're blocked out for these various cantrip exhibitions, and there's other kinds where there's scheduled performances of all kinds. In fact, I just kind of this is like a building back here, back behind the stage. I guess there would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's like production and like storage,
right.
I assume. Yeah.
Genevieve is actually sitting down there in the. All right, but for most of the time, there's a lot of just impromptu. Like people could just, like a performance troupe could just claim the stage, and then other times you'll just see them like covered with people who are just like eating or studying or kind of used as a general commons area in the college. The day of your exhibitions come. So Geppa, you have something on stage, and you're going to go up and cast Shillelagh and then break.
Like a stone thing. Something impressive made out of stone.
Okay. And you've done no practice. You're just like, I'm that good.
I mean, no, not really.
What are you going to break? A stone?
Do we have like a old like broken bust of a statue or something that
Yeah.
nobody needs anymore?
Sure.
Yeah, that's it.
And so yeah, when you arrive at like the backstage area and your name is called, so
I have a little hand cart because I'm not that strong. Not
Sure.
quite Veritas noodle arms, but sure, Geppa will smile broadly, wheel this statue out. Which side is the stage? It's up here?
the stage is out here.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. So he wheels the statue out on the hand cart, kind of stands it up, takes a bow, doing his best to. Do I have to roll to hit, or should I just roll damage?
So I'm going to make you roll to hit, and I'm going to say that the
Okay.
statue has a damage threshold of 5. If you don't do at least
Sure.
5 damage, you don't mark it at all.
All right, so bonus action, metal bands rip out of my arm, causing blood to trickle down my robes and wrap around the staff. Then take a swing. That hits an armor class of 26.
You're only looking for a 10.
Okay.
Inanimate object.
Get the statue.
So wrong die. Sorry. There we go. And then dealing 8 damage.
8 damage. So what weapon are you using?
Quarterstaff. So I have quarterstaff. I cast the Shillelagh spell, which causes metal bands to rip out of my arm and wrap around it, and then I smash it across the chest of the statue.
There are gasps of surprise as people were not expecting. Like usually when you do a performance like this, where there's going to be like a splash danger, you need to inform the audience.
Did you?
Well, just a
break
little
it
bit
in
of
this
blood running down his arm
direction?
after that. Just a
So
little.
there's blood spatter on the stage around your feet and your arms are. So you do 3 points of damage to the bust and give it a noticeable crack.
Then Geppa bows and puts the statue back on the handcart and wheels it back into the backstage. Not much of a performer.
All right.
Aside from the command words, I don't think he said anything during that.
Do any of you out in the audience do anything to enhance the audience reactions? Because they got big gasps of surprise when the blood happened. But then it was
Yeah,
basically
Hugo
just a guy
politely
hit a stone with a
applauds.
glowing stick.
Yeah, Victor's gonna clap and cheer and stand up and give a standing ovation. It's like, oh my god, that was amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, Genevieve will clap.
Yeah. Gonna cheer. I'm holding up a sign that says Geppa.
Either Alister or Léopold. Give me a popularity check, and you can make it an advantage because all of your other friends are clapping too.
It's not me.
Okay, I'll do it, I guess.
I
-1.
singled you out because one of you held up a sign and one of you stood up and called out.
18.
Oh,
Some
I
of the
thought
other-
you had like.
some of the other students sitting and watching, and there's like faculty members. There's some students from other colleges who have heard about like the spectacle. Surely there are some trolls in the audience that are like, dude, we got to go watch the cringe show over at Prismari. But some of them around you are seeing Alister and Léopold's reaction, and they start getting a little more into it. Like, oh, we're supposed to be cheering louder than we are. We don't want to look weird because we're not cheering properly. And then I guess, Leo, you need to go up and do your prep.
All right. I flip the sign around.
Okay.
It has my name on it, and I hand it to Genevieve. There you go.
She holds it up over her face, and she feels safe.
Ready to do this?
So wait a minute. If you're holding the name in front of your face, people are going to think you're Leo.
Not if it says "Go Leo."
It doesn't say
Or
gold. It
whatever.
just says Leopold. He just said its name.
Yeah, it just says. It
Then
just says.
she will
Léopold.
shout
On the
behind
other
it,
side, it just says
"Go
Geppa.
Leo!" Woo!
People are going to think
Go
you're Leopold's
Leo.
chauffeur.
Alright.
He's wearing like a suit of armor. So-
Leo says. Leo says, "All right, my cantrip is Blade Ward, so I'm gonna have my my good friend here, Geppa. And he's going to demonstrate. He's gonna provide the blade for me to ward,
It's more of a stick.
and then I'm going to get into a stance
Mm-hmm.
and."
Do I have to Do I have to roll to hit a willing target?
As long as like I'll call it AC 10.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to take my shirt off.
Okay. How impressive does that look?
I mean, I'm a 14-year-old boy
Okay.
with a
What's
10
your
strength.
With a
I
10 strength?
standard with a 10 strength, which I guess is probably high for a 14-year-old boy, but
It's average.
like, yeah, no. So I just take my shirt off, no hair.
Nobody's
I
impressed.
wait for you to cast your cantrip because I know the order this has to happen in.
Oh, right. I cast my cantrip.
Mhm.
All right.
Go for it.
New bands of iron or weird metal jump out. I hit an AC of 17. And that deals 10 magical bludgeoning.
All right. So I take 5 points of damage, and you just hear Léopold go, "Who's up?"
I mean, 5 points
he's
of
gonna-
damage when your max HP is 11.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pain.
yeah, that's a lot.
That's like
So there's
like-
like
And these people just watched him crack a stone bust with that quarterstaff.
So there's like this like purple bruise like just forming on my shirt, on my sternum, where he cracked me, and blood trickling down. And I'm going to bow. And
It hurts a lot when you bow. Like.
I do my best not to show it.
Okay.
We'll put my shirt back on, and
Well,
then
let's call that. Let's call that. I don't ever recalled one of these before. I'm gonna say Constitution Deception, because everybody can plainly see the giant
So
purple
great.
welt across your sternum. Let's see if you can act like you're not hurt.
all right. Well, let's see. That would be +3. Okay, I need this.
Constitution skill check. I like it.
Yeah. 9.
9. So you're like winded, but you're like trying to pretend like you're like. All right.
Unless
Thanks for watching, everyone."
somebody in the audience is cheering with their bardic dice.
You know what? Sure.
See if there's
Yeah,
some hard stakes on
Alister's going to
that.
stand up and cheer again and give him some words of encouragement.
What's Alister's passive insight?
12.
12. Okay, so it's fairly obvious to you then that your friend needs help walking this off.
Yeah, I'll give him a bar die.
It's a D6, right? Yeah, it starts as a D6.
Yes.
Okay, that brings it to 15.
Okay. Do you receive any? Well, let's ask. Does Geppa have any kind of reaction to what has just
No,
occurred?
Completely straight faced. This is what he was expecting to happen. We did this once before. It's fine.
I mean, do you tell
He
them that,
recovered
or
from-
you're just that's internally you're thinking that?
That's about what I expected.
Okay.
Uh,
Go Leo! Woo!
Before
She
we
waves
leave the
his sign.
stage, Geppa holds his hand out, and a bit of metal pierces the palm of his hand, and a bit of blood drips out and evaporates, and he uses that to cast a prestidigitation and clean up all the blood and bone chips or rock chips and whatnot that he had made a mess of.
Okay.
And then he leaves.
That's good because Leo's got to go out there and juggle now, and it wouldn't do to have like slippery, slippery floor underfoot.
I'm gonna turn around to leave, but before I leave, I'm gonna turn into I'm gonna do a quick roundhouse, and then leave.
Well, you're not
That's
leaving.
gotta
You're up
hurt.
next.
I'm leaving the stage so that I can come back out with, because I'm not the Hugo. It's Hugo's show.
Okay. Yeah, there are people in the audience who are like horrified by what they've seen. Like they were not expecting to sit down and see a guy get like broken in half with a magic stick.
Léopold's like standing in the thing. He's like, I feel really good about that, Hugo. I think that went well.
Other people are out there like,
It's like
you know, I'm picturing.
Question?
I'm picturing like you sit down, you go to the skate park. You don't really want to watch kids skateboarding, but it's really funny if you see one biff. So you're glad you went.
Can Alister kind of sneak around backstage while Hugo's getting ready?
You wouldn't have to sneak. You could just go back. I mean, your
Okay, yeah,
your performance is coming up in a few minutes anyway.
Yeah. So Alister's going to go backstage before Hugo is out. He's going to cast a Cure Wounds on Leo.
Okay.
And he's going to tell Hugo to make sure he takes his shirt off when he goes out there.
What's Hugo's?
You
shirt?
can't let Leo. You can't let Leo show you up. You have to take your shirt off too.
I should point out that of your second year mentors, the only one who's sitting in the audience is Alcihar. And he's extremely disappointed that you didn't follow directions.
I'll
See,
wave
Tom-
to him as I walk back to my seat.
Is he tut-tutting?
You Get back 5 hit points, Leo.
thank you. I'm at full.
The rest of your mentors have not come.
Timmett was supposed to bring me. I'm gonna tell Timmett that I'm disappointed in him. He was supposed to handle the
Timot's got
You know.
6 other clubs tonight.
right.
Timot is an overpromiser.
Timmy will be here for his obligatory 3 seconds.
All right, so I need a dexterity
Sure.
sleight of hand check from Léopold to get the juggling started.
It's okay.
Does Hugo take his shirt off?
Is McDohl muted?
I am muted.
Oh.
Yes, no. That's because my housemate is monster hunting with friends, and he's being boisterous. But yes, Hugo does take his shirt off.
All right.
Yeah, let's get that sleight of hand check.
If Hugo is shirtless in the crowd, you hear a very quiet "ah" and a clank as the visor shuts.
So no
well,
reaction
well-
for shirtless Leopold, but shirtless Hugo. We get
I
an
mean, I'm
audible gasp.
But you
I'm
got
s-
an "ah" because she knew that he was going to be punched.
Alister's going to give another bar dice to whoever's making this check.
I rolled it's just a sleight of hand, you said?
Yeah,
So that would just be
dexterity
straight
sleight of hand.
dex. That's a 20.
All right, so you get the juggling going. I mean, it's a good thing you practiced. You feeling pretty
Yeah.
good.
Torch, hand X, torch.
And give me a. You don't really need to make a prestidigitation check. It's just a cantrip that you can cast.
Yep. The
What-
dogs are being very dog right now.
How are we bringing this performance in for a landing? How will we know when we're done juggling?
Turn the torches off. Because
Yeah.
you can extinguish them, right? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Okay. And then the two of you take a bow.
Do a roundhouse kick.
That was a very slow roundhouse kick.
Give me another popularity check, Hugo.
Oh,
Not
Hugo. Okay.
Leo.
Oh, come on.
I want to see if you show up Hugo at his own performance.
17.
17.
Yeah.
Hugo did a great job with his prestidigitation. People thought the most impressive part was the juggling and then the roundhouse kick. Alister, give me another violin check when you go out. So you're using your mage hand cantrip to play the violin. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess he'll like sing and dance while it plays or something.
In that case, give me a performance check at disadvantage.
All right.
Because it takes considerably more concentration to play an instrument while you're singing and dancing than just playing the instrument. And all you
That's a
practiced was
17.
playing the instrument.
17.
All right.
These level 1 characters are doing way better than the last like 2 or 3 level 1 characters we.
What sort of song do you perform? like what kind of vibes you're putting out into the world?
I'll be nice and not sing. He's doing a happy song about how a happy little violin plays itself and brings joy to a kingdom of sadness and saves the day, and at the end everybody dances and sings and all their fears go away and they're filled with hope. And
Excellent.
Chris just sounds so sarcastic every time he does it. And I don't like
You're
he
saying
might be
he
completely
just sounds sarcastic?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Huh.
you could just never tell with him.
That's why
Yeah,
it's
that's fair.
called role playing.
No, I think this is a feature of the player.
Alister has put up a very, very enjoyable performance, and that just leaves Genevieve, who makes her performance check now. You use
you can take an
intelligence.
Take a bard dice.
Okay. You're D6.
Yeah.
Okay.
And make this check at advantage because you practiced last night and got an 18.
Okay.
All right.
I actually have like a little thing that I prepared for this.
Of course you do.
It will only take 10 minutes.
Oh god.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna give you 1 minute.
Yeah, I could do it in 1 minute. Okay. So Genevieve goes up and she's wearing her armor, and she wheels out her thing on the stage and removes the cloth, and she says, she has the visor down while she's doing this. She says, "The adventure of growth and discovery is not a 2-point journey. Ignorance and wisdom are not binary states. Knowledge builds upon itself in steps, much like the progress of reconstituting a broken object from its tiny pieces. This project hopes to capture that journey. It is not the final product that represents this venture, but the voyage from fragmented to complete. Thank you."
Did she read that off little cards?
No, she had her visor down. She had it memorized, and the entire time she's standing there with her hands like held together so that she doesn't like flail out and run. And then she very quickly departs, leaving the project on stage for people to look at. And my result was 18.
All right. So you've demonstrated the mending spell with your little story.
Yeah. And it's actually kind of cool. It's like I'd like to think it's really cool with an 18. Just like a bunch of teapots on different like levels of repair to one that is pristine.
And there's somebody in the audience who's like, only one of those counts as a teapot. Like, the rest are just broken teapots. I don't get it.
The point just went right past them.
Modern art doesn't make any sense.
Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, she isn't an artist, but she is the daughter of artists.
Okay.
So this is her attempt.
So the five of you have done all your exhibitions, and you go back out. You're sitting in the audience, feeling pretty good about it. Having this is your first major school assignment that is now behind you. So there's levels of exhilaration, and there's still a few more students whose performances are still to come. The next one also has prepared a little story and is also very, very nervous to share it, and speaks of unseelie spirits and how they are contained, and how some cantrips are keys and lock, and they seem to like mix their metaphors. They are reading off little cards and like they hold on 1 second and like checking the order, looking on the back like they're missing one. And before you know what has happened, they are surrounded on stage. By 7 mischievous fire spirits.
Oh, goody. It's Meefit
Great
time.
job.
These are not Meefits.
That word is trademarked in this universe.
They are fire elemental.
They're not Meefits unless they come from the Meefit Valley.
Invator.
Meefit sausage? When? No.
These little... So, every one of the colleges has, like, these little mascots that are... they're valid choices for, like, the Find Familiar spell. Prismari's mascots are, like, tiny little elementals, like little living...
Actually,
dice.
not that little.
They're not?
They're 4/4s.
They're
Sorry.
supposed to be tiny.
No, they're the largest of them in the game in Magic. Never mind. Continue.
Destil,
they're small,
the
so,
Magic
yeah,
the Gathering.
Okay. But yeah, the elementals are the Prismari's ones. And these are like little mischievous versions of those. And immediately they start lighting the stage on fire. And the student in the center who is looking around, like everything's gone horribly, horribly wrong. And they drop their cards and they can't run in any direction because these fire sprites are circling them mischievously. Let's go ahead and roll some initiative.
Are these like actual structures on the stage?
I see these as being...
Like towers or something?
No, they're not structures on the stage. I see them as being like mosaic, like a tiled stage or something.
Okay.
Like you could see these if they're like paintings perhaps.
Yeah, I figured it could go either way.
The lacquer or the wood finishing of the stage.
The fresco.
Oh, I don't
Alister, do you
subtract.
want
I don't subtract 1 anymore. That's nice.
Alister, do you want Hugo to go before or after you?
You can go after me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can buff you.
Oh, actually, I did this wrong.
Everybody on the bottom half of the.
There's nobody up at 30, is there? Okay.
No.
It's not even possible.
Oh, I guess we should probably initiative nerd, huh?
I rolled a 20 for initiative nerd.
Rolled an 11.
18?
No, I rolled a 2.
No. We know who it is.
Oh, let's see if I can roll that one.
Nope.
As these sprites are moving, they seem intent on setting the whole stage on fire. And the audience is definitely, like, part of the audience is definitely like, oh, this is part of the show, right? Like, this is really impressive. The 5 of you sitting close up to the front, except Hugo. Why is Hugo not sitting up in the front?
It's just a row back.
He's, like, sitting back, like, with his feet up on the chairs in front of him.
Yeah.
Just straight up chillaxing.
Our bags are in these seats.
It becomes
I don't
apparent
think
very,
bags.
very quickly, watching the student in the center, one of your fellow Prismari first years. The spell has gone terribly wrong. Whatever magic they've tried to use is not a simple cantrip like it was supposed to be. They were trying to be way more impressive, and now the whole stage is going to burn down unless the 5 of you do something about it. So who's at the top of my order?
At the top of your order is going to be Leo.
Léopold.
Yep.
These things are tiny. These are little flying spirits, and whenever they fly, they leave a trail of smoldering ash and spark on the wooden floor behind them.
Okay.
New character sheet, who dis?
I'm gonna jump up here
Okay.
and
I'll say leaping up onto the stage doesn't. It's trivial. Doesn't take any extra movement.
Oh.
Just kind of hoist yourself up.
Okay. I'm playing a monk, so punch.
Punch.
Yeah.
Punch the fireman's.
Take a
Listen.
punch. It's all in the mind.
That is a +5. No, +7 to hit. That's an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
I would hope so. For 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Martial arts.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I figured I'm going to take some damage, but
I need you to please take. Make a dexterity saving throw, please. DC is 12.
okay. Pass.
Pass. So you jump up on the stage and you punch the first fire sprite, and there's an audible pop as the thing bursts into a puff of harmless smoke. But before it pops, it lashes out with flames much, much hotter than the ones that are burning on its little body, coming out at you like a lashing whip, and you manage to deftly sidestep and not be hellish rebuked.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going to spin around
Mhm.
into this square and roundhouse kick this man. And I already said martial arts, and I rolled an 11. So that'd be an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
All right. For 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
10 points. Give me another saving throw, dexterity saving throw, DC 12.
That is a yes.
And the same thing happens. As you pummel this thing, it lashes out with its flaming whip, and you step to the side. And at this point, there are more gasps in the audience as people are starting to figure out that this is not part of the show.
I'm going to yell at the guy, get out of here. I'm
Yell
going to
at-
tell him, the purple guy, I'm going to
student?
tell him to come this way when he gets a chance.
Is that it for Léopold?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Who's next?
I'm just level 1, man. I'm just a
Next on
baby.
your list is the Bard.
Just a baby.
Alister. Just baby. So Alister is going to stand up in his seat. He's gonna look at these three on the side.
Mhm.
And he is going to bane them. Back, foul demons! You unseelie creatures!
So what kind of save am I making?
It is a charisma saving throw. DC 13, I think.
Fail, fail,
DC
fail.
13.
3 fails.
All right, they are baned.
And that means they subtract a d4 from there to hit rolls and saves, yes?
Attack roll and saving throw, yes.
Attack roll and saving. Okay, good. And is Alistair moving or staying put?
Alister is gonna stay put.
All right. Who's next?
Next is Hugo.
Hugo.
Hugo hops over one row of benches, rushes past Léopold onto the stage.
Okay.
Pulling his great axe, and he's going to chop at this one.
So this is one of the ones that's not Bane you're going after.
Correct.
Okay.
Uh, 17 hit.
17 does hit.
Looking at 15 points of slashing damage.
All right. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw if you would, please.
Nope.
No. Then you, sir, are getting hellish rebuked for
Ow.
8 points of fire damage. The thing lashes out with
Spicy.
its flaming whip just before it pops. That's how you know they're not Mephits, because Mephits have a death burst. These guys have a reaction to damage.
Isn't this
well,
a tomato situation?
very, very bloodied at the moment.
Well, yeah,
We're
you're a level
level
1 character.
one.
You just got hit with a hellish rebuke. I should hope you're bloodied.
Bro.
Are you staying put there?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
Actually, wait. You know what? Second wind sounds good right now.
Fair. Fighters get second wind at first level? I thought it was second level.
Nope. They get action surge at second level.
Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking.
After Hugo are your not Mephits.
Or am I not? They're just called mischievous fire sprites. All right, I need to get my pen tool. The good news is these things have flyby, so as it flies past you, you don't get an attack of opportunity.
That's rude.
So the first thing it does is it uses its action to just fly in this pattern, leaving smoldering, burning embers and sparks on the ground. And if you enter one of those squares or start your turn in one, you will take fire damage. And then it's going to use its move action to fly up here. This second one, I've got 4 left. Well, you guys took out more of these in the first round than I thought you would. So the second one circles up around the ailing student and then uses the rest of its movement to go to the back of the stage. Go ahead and surround Hugo here. This one flies here, leaving its trail of embers.
Mm-hmm.
Circles
So does
around
the flyby
behind
does
Hugo.
it does that also count as flyby?
Yeah, this thing has flyby, so it doesn't need to
Okay.
disengage. As long as it's flying. And that was 3. I've just got this one left.
Brickroad is having fun trying to murder level 1 characters because yay.
It's the only time he's gonna get a chance.
Right.
Right.
It's going to fly out
Go
here with
kill
its sparks, then it's going to circle around the student and go back. So they've kind of lit up the whole center of the stage here. So Léopold and Hugo will take fire damage when they start their turn. And even though you told this guy to run towards the stage, now he's surrounded by fire and he's too terrified to move. So that was my mischievous fire sprite's turn. Who's next?
Wario Laser Eyes.
Well, I
Laser.
don't have laser eyes yet. I'm level 1. Genevieve is going to look around for something that is... What's the range on this? Oh, I can definitely hit this. Okay. She's going to look for something that is 5 pounds or less that she can throw. And by throw, I mean catapult. And she wants to launch it at a creature.
There are probably like loose cobbles or bricks in the ground in front of you.
Yeah, she'll launch a brick. So she basically like takes out a little tool
Mhm.
and she hammers it on the ground, which loosens it, and then it starts to like wiggle and vibrate, and then it just launches at this target.
At the one in the far back?
Yeah.
All right, roll to hit.
Is it a hit?
that was almost a critical hit. 13.
Is it a hit or is it a saving throw?
It's a hit.
13 will hit.
Okay. It's 3d8? Wow, okay.
And you actually, if you fire it in a line through multiple things, you can actually hit things behind if you miss the first one.
Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure it's a saving throw, not an attack.
Oh, is it a saving?
Yeah.
No, it says if hits something.
Yeah.
Oh
If-
wait, no, hold on. Oh, it is a dexterity saving throw. I don't know how to read this character sheet spell sheet.
All
Okay,
right.
it is a dexterity saving throw.
And I'm subtracting a d4 from that, so that's going to turn into a 5.
Okay, that's
which
a
is still a
fail.
fail.
Yeah. So it takes 10 bludgeoning damage from a chunk of the cobblestone.
Now I need a dexterity saving throw from you. DC is 12.
Is there a range on that?
You're within 60 feet of the creature.
I am within 60 feet. Okay. 9.
9. So you're going to take 6 points of fire damage as the flaming whip lashes across the stage. As though there's no space in between you at all. You thought you were safe catapulting bricks. But you were not safe from the hellish rebuke. The good news is, though, the creature absolutely dies. Less good news. That also means it's no longer
Save.
banned. Is she moving? I almost called you Lorelei. Is Genevieve moving or staying put?
She will. She'll go over here.
Okay. Who's next?
Next up is Geppa.
Geppa, I will say, as an action, you can douse the fire safely on one square by stomping it out, throwing water.
I mean, I
on
have
it,
prestidigitation, which can take out a small campfire, quote unquote. So I'm assuming a square of fire is about equivalent to that.
Yeah, you can erase one square using prestidigitation.
Cool. So I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to prestidigitate that fire out. That was
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Let's move myself between Guinevere and this other one.
Okay.
Bonus action. Yes, bonus action, Shillelagh. That's my turn.
Very good. Who's next?
Next up is the terrified student.
So for like the fourth time today, like metal bands burst out of Geppa's arms.
Yeah.
The student, having a safe passage, is going to run off stage to the safety of the seats and stand amidst the crowd. That's all they're doing.
Next up is Léopold.
Léopold, you immediately are going to take 3 points of fire damage because you started your turn in a square covered in embers and sparks.
Okay. I have 8 hit points.
Great. What are you going to do with them?
15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to throw a dart at this guy.
Okay. Dart might legitimately kill one of these in one hit.
That is a 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
Okay. Please enjoy 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Excellent. You need to make a dexterity saving throw. DC 12.
No problem.
No problem. So the flash of fire that comes out of this one, once again, Léopold deftly sidesteps, and it is dead. Is that it for Léopold?
Yeah, I didn't use my unarmed strike, and there's nothing in range, so I can't. Yeah.
All right, who's next?
After Léopold is the bard. So Alister is going to... Yeah, what's the range on this? Okay, 60 feet. Alister is going to look at the fire thingy in the back.
Okay.
And he's going to talk about how small and pathetic its little flame is, barely enough to make some smoke. It's not even black, it's this transparent shade of gray. What a tiny little immature flame.
Wow. I mean, they're doing a D3 fire damage. Like,
Can't even get a D4.
They don't even get a real dice.
Get a real dice.
what's the kind of save
Yeah.
I'm making? And he's Bane, so I'm subtracting a D4 from this.
That is vicious mockery, so I need a DC 13 wisdom save.
No, not even close.
All right, he's going to take a D4 psychic damage if he can.
Oh, you can.
I feel like this guy would also take this D4 psychic damage because holy shit, that was rude.
That is 4 points of psychic damage.
The thing is bloodied, and I need Alister to make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw.
So its next attack is also a disadvantage. What kind of saving throw?
Dexterity.
I don't think that its next attack is going to matter too much.
That's a pass.
Doesn't seem to roll to hit.
How do we do?
Pass 18.
Pass. Okay, so the lash of flame cuts across the stage, and you manage to dive behind one of the chairs. And that's Alister. Are you moving or staying put?
He's stay put.
All right, who's next?
After Alister is Hugo.
Hugo, you're going to take some damage.
Fighter attacks.
Take 2 points of fire damage for starting your square in a, or for starting your turn in a burning square. Silly thing to do.
Hugo is going to close and attempt to cut this one down.
Okay.
With his great axe. It's pretty great.
It is great.
Ask them about
It's
it.
not quite grand. It's working like it.
Does a 14 hit?
14 does hit.
I'm going to re-roll that 2 because I can do that with great weapon fighting.
Great.
weapon.
9 points of slashing damage.
9 points. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw, DC 12.
And if it is still up by chance,
Oh, it's
then
not.
okay.
It's very dead.
Otherwise, its movement would be reduced by 10. Okay, give me some of that damage.
You can take 3 points of fire damage from the Hellish Rebuke. But then the thing bursts into a harmless puff of smoke.
Hugo staggering.
Is he moving or staying put?
He can get that far, but he is staggering as he's trying to cross the stage.
Very good. Who's next?
After Hugo is the not Mephit.
The not Mephit. It's going to move to here. It's going to activate its ability on its square, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as it swirls around you, Geppa and Léopold find themselves on burning squares, and then it still has 2 squares of its regular movement, so it can retreat this far away from you. That's it. That's its action and its movement. Who's next?
After that is, you're just gonna be called Oriole.
Just call me Laser. No. Well, seeing that this worked the first time, Genevieve's gonna take a second cobblestone and shout, "Don't worry, I can fix it later," and launch it at the fire spirit.
Okay, this one
That's
is
a dexterity
banged.
save. Yeah.
Anytime a
One
artificer.
minus 3 is -2 plus its mod, so it's a 0 on the save.
Okay, so that's a failure. It takes 12 bludgeoning damage.
And that's enough. And it no longer has its reaction to use. So you don't get hellish.
Oh,
rebuked.
good.
Just picture the catapult spell as like the artificer pulling out like an actual like skeet shooting arm, just going.
One of those
I was
tiny
imagining
little
more-
rubber band catapults.
I was imagining her more like launching it like an actual catapult, like with a crowbar on the ground. She like stomps on it and just magically launches forward.
And about this time, I mean, only half a minute or so has passed since the spirit started to ignite the stage. But more Prismari faculty members and some like higher year students are showing up to see what the commotion is about. And at this point, the audience has overcome its shock, and people begin putting out the flames on the stage. And
Genevieve's gonna start mending the stage for extra credit.
oh, the stage is not damaged at all. This stage is built to last.
Oh, it's magically fixed. Oh,
This stage has
that's
seen
I think-
more than minor smoldering.
Yeah, I
over the
think
years.
the occasional random fire incident is par for the course for this thing.
Well, had we done that, we wouldn't have been so urgent.
Well, you saved this poor kid's life because they were just got surrounded by fire. And yeah, there are some congratulations in order. There's some confusion. Is like, was that all part of the show? Like, what was going on there? And after a few moments, you guys help put the fires out on the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, after a few moments, there is some congratulations in order for all of your quick thinking to jump to the assist of your fellow students. Question is, do any of you try to like lean into the commendations?
Well, that was definitely the last interesting thing that's going to happen here, so I'm out.
Yes. Yeah. Alister's gonna jump up on the stage.
Alister's
And
going to
he's
milk
gonna-
this moment of being in the spotlight.
And he's going to address the crowd as he talks about how he hoped they enjoyed the show and that this production was brought to you by the Drama Club.
So you're talking up the drama club. Which
Yes.
I guess makes sense since half of them are here.
I mean, we left.
Yeah, we don't want to take responsibility for this.
It-
I just think there's nothing interesting that's going to happen after that. Like, that was definitely the high point of the night.
Alister, you hear Genevieve like waving at you or shouting at you.
And Alister points to Genevieve and talks about how she's a great member of the drama club and she has a bright future ahead of her. And it's thanks to her that this other student is alive today.
You can hear a very distant clank.
All right. Let's go ahead and load your dorm room back up. I haven't had a chance to furnish the dorm rooms yet.
We had so many demands. Like
We just have to pretend.
I literally just asked for you to like move my bed to the side and put a log for my character to punch in the
I
room.
didn't even do that. My God.
I guess we'd be in here.
I didn't level up Orson either.
He's still, after all these years, stuck
Still
at
level 6.
He's 70 years old, level 6, forever.
Oh man.
Arriving back at your
Hugo's-
dorms. At some
Hugo
point,
falls into bed.
so Hugo's going right to bed.
Yeah, he's already been like he took quite a bit of burning.
There was some burning happening.
Yeah.
What I really liked about that encounter is that Alister cast Bane to reduce their to hit rolls, and these creatures didn't even have a to hit roll. They can't attack.
Yeah.
All they can do is fly around.
Well, it reduced our saves. That helped.
Yeah, they're saves.
Thanks, team.
Yeah.
Good work, Hugo.
Your
Great
housemate,
text.
Dahlia, returns sometime after sundown. And she's giggling to herself. She says, "Did you hear that some dumbasses almost burned down the road stage tonight?"
Yeah.
It was amazing.
We stopped that.
And then, like, her face, like, falls. Like, wait a minute, you were there?
Yeah, it was.
We had
the
our cantrip
presentation-
night.
It was the presentation right after ours.
That was
Yeah, thank you for
tonight?
showing up to support.
She drops to her knees and throws her face in her hands. Oh, God. I was supposed to be there to cheer on Leo. Oh, man.
Don't worry, none of our supervisors were there either, except
Leo. Like you do know you're not my supervisor. You're not my like
Oh, I thought she
advisor,
was.
right?
Is she Hugo?
No,
Hugo.
She was supposed to be there to
Hugo's.
cheer on Hugo.
Hugo's.
But that's
It's
totally
even better than you said Leo.
She doesn't even know who her student is.
I was there. He didn't seem very happy, but I think I don't know. And then Geppa reaches over to the coffee table and finally opens the note that he got with the instructions for his cantrip exhibition.
They are very
Which you just
easy to
left
follow.
there.
There are 14 of them, and it would have been a very interesting and exhilarating performance.
Interesting.
It's okay, Dahlia. We didn't actually expect you to show up. Why don't you come sit down come sit with us?
Yeah, she's like completely bummed that she doesn't know who her person is, and also she was supposed to go and cheer them on. Yeah, Alcimar was there, but he left without a word.
I'm gonna tell Dahlia I punched a fire spirit. I punched several fire spirits.
Like, that's pretty
Ow.
cool.
it feels like
Yeah.
they punched us too. Ugh.
Huh?
She says,
They didn't punch you. They set you on fire. There's a distinct difference.
Semantics. I've been burned before. My mother works a blacksmith's forge.
She says that last year, one of the first year hand fighter exams was a population of similar fire spirits in the rift over at Darkwood College. And she particularly enjoyed punching the fire spirits.
They have a nice bounce to it. Doesn't it just like a really interesting feedback?
It does
Oh, man.
feel like they're gonna burn you, but like they totally don't. It's like rubber.
And they pop. It's so satisfying.
I do like
I'm
the
just-
popping sound.
Like I just picture like two like stupid muscleheads just nodding their heads at each other. Like, yes, yes. My character's not stupid, but he just really likes to punch things.
And you can take the benefits of a long rest for the next day. And remember, when you do that, you don't automatically fill your health up, but you can use your hit die to gain some hit points back.
You get a hit die back
At the end of the long
At the
rest.
end.
But at level 1,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
only have 1 hit die, so you can't spend 2 hit die on this long rest.
Right.
You spend the one you have, then you get it back. You get half of your hit dice back round up.
Yeah.
Minimum of
One of the rare roundup cases.
Or maybe it is round down, minimum of 1.
Uh,
It sounds like that sounds more credible to me. Anyway, you get to take a long rest right now.
where do
You
I
need spell
track
slots.
my dice? There it is. Okay.
At some point, yeah, you recharge your spell slots on a long rest. At some
That's
point
all I use.
during the next day, while you guys are at classes, going about your business on campus, a missive arrives for each of you individually that for the second time since your arrival at the college, Dean Ninepath Prismari would like to speak with you.
Again?
Oh, I hope we
What did
didn't.
we do
I hope
now?
I didn't. Yeah, I hope I didn't speak. I didn't step out of turn.
No, he's gonna give us accommodation. Clearly, like we didn't do anything wrong. We saved that kid. He's gonna congratulate us in front of the entire college.
mean-
That doesn't seem like his style.
I
Who's-
think he's a big softy at heart.
I have a question before we move to the next map. Who's in this room up here?
Alister.
That's Alister. Okay. On the walk over to see the dean, Genevieve's gonna lean over to Alister and kind of whisper to him, "Hey, did you hear something weird from Dahlia's room last night? I couldn't sleep."
What a girl does in her room at night is none of my business.
No, I mean, I think she was crying.
Well, it didn't sound like crying to me, but okay.
I don't know where this is going either.
That's as far as Genevieve's going
Okay.
with that. Yeah.
I was gonna say I didn't say Dahlia was in her room crying last night.
No, I'm just making that up.
Yeah.
But
Dahlia, as a rule, like she's never there in the morning when you guys awake, and she's always the last to return at the end of the
oh, I
day.
forgot about this. Yeah, the bees.
I picture Dahlia as being in her own little world
Yeah.
100% of the time.
Did Hugo actually make good his promise to set aside one of those? What did she want? The everything bagel or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely.
The Skittles bagel sausage.
Oh no, please tell me ordinary sausage doesn't work at the cafe.
Oh, he does. He has to.
Fire Jolt Cafe.
He's in there like, I'm gonna waste a whole bottle of sriracha. So remember that Ninepath Prismari, the dean of your college, he doesn't keep personal offices like the other deans do. He just is in. He likes to do his business in the open at the main common hall, which has a name. I'm like 80% sure. I've just forgotten what it was. Conjurat Hall. That's a difficult word. It's an unpleasant word.
That's a word that Darkwood came up with.
Conjurat. And once again, he meets you at one of the fountains, and there are some first year students that he's leading in some some fighting, like in some kata demonstrations. And he disperses them when he sees the 5 of you approaching. I had heard there was a incident at the Rose stage during your cantrip exhibitions.
After our cantrip expositions. Words.
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal, Dean. There was another student tried to do something above his level. He set the stage on fire. We saved him. We dispatched the fire elementals. Everyone was safe. The stage didn't burn down.
Yeah, that.
How is it that the 5 of you were able to, with cool heads and quick thinking, leap to the defense of a fellow student while the rest of the audience around you sat dumbfounded?
Well,
Because, my dear Dean, teamwork makes the dream work.
I goes, well, all you gotta do is this, and then I just punch in the air. Like
I mean, I think
rapidly.
everyone else just wasn't sure if it was part of the event. I think everyone else has been here so long they just assume everything is on purpose.
Considers that for a moment. Have you perhaps considered the possibility that the five of you possess talents and intuition beyond what the other students here demonstrate?
I don't know
Every
about
morning.
intuition. I launched a cobblestone at a fire, and it worked. I call that fortunate.
There is a program at Strixhaven that we like to administer for first-year students who show a particular kind of promise. That we do not advertise for fear that the nobility and hangers-on outside in the world would take advantage in a way that would be less than productive. You see, before the Unification War, there was a predilection of certain noble houses to be ruins chasers, to delve into the deep places of the world, explore the unexplored, and bring forth lost knowledge and magic.
Yeah, I've heard of these histories, yes.
Have any of you considered a career in ruins chasing?
I can honestly say I have never thought about that.
I no.
Really considered a career at all.
He tells you that at Darkwood College, there are training grounds implemented specifically for first-year students who want to test their mettle against such things, see if they have what it takes to be one of the great ruins chasers of yore. For example, Nigel Veritas, famous for his whole life delving into ruins and bringing forth magical things.
Oh my god,
Compare
guys.
us?
We could write such a great play from this.
Work with his granddaughter? She's kind of annoying.
Is she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one are you I don't.
Genevieve, no. This would be
Genevieve,
great for
Genevieve.
drama club.
Genevieve would say, "Hey, you're not talking about Eugenia, are you?"
Me?
Genevieve has presumably studied the family tree.
Oh, maybe great granddaughter? I don't know. How long ago is this?
I think we decided
Genevieve-
that Ellen was Orson's granddaughter.
Okay. So like great.
Oh,
great
I see.
granddaughter.
Okay, yeah.
So
Okay.
would be Nigel's
That's right.
great granddaughter.
Crazy vodka aunt.
But I also, it also did occur to me that no matter who Geppa is talking about, that maybe Genevieve would think he was throwing shade at.
Yeah.
Eugenia.
Yeah, that's where I was jumping in. And then she starts just talking about all the random inventions she's read about that may or may not be attributed to Jeannie.
Like the Upwoodger.
Yeah, we need one of those in our dorm.
He needed up a majigger in the dorm.
I've read the schematic. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I could work on it.
Dean Prismari puts a hand on Alister's shoulder and says that today the five of you swiftly worked together to bring down a potential threat to another student. If the five of you individually have the particular talents required, and if the five of you communally, as a group, are able to work well under pressure, ruins chasing would be an exemplary use of your skills and abilities.
Is it worth extra credit?
Of course it is. It will count as one of his an extracurricular.
Oh, okay.
I mean, as long as it doesn't take away too much time from drama club.
Can
No,
I ask a
shouldn't interfere with
question?
Drama Club.
Genevieve kind of meekly raises her hand.
Okay.
Did my parents sign me up for this?
And Nine Path tells you that your parents couldn't have signed you up for this because this particular program is something that the Strixhaven deans administer personally. They don't even advertise that this is like a study path or an extracurricular to prospective students, because then it would cram up with people who think that they're adventurers but aren't.
So that's the answer that Genevieve wants to hear, but it's also the answer that scares her the most, and she just kind of goes, and you hear clank.
So are you just playing Tina Belcher?
I don't know who that is.
Tina Belcher with a heavy helmet?
I don't know who that is.
Bob's Burgers.
I don't watch that show, so
Raz
take no
famously
responsibility
does not
for-
like hamburgers.
It's
no,
actually really good.
I've only watched like 2 episodes of it, and one of them I really didn't like, and the second one was pretty good. But I famously don't watch TV.
So
like,
you've
any
independently
characters I've independently come across another copywritten patented character.
I think it's more that there's a cultural zeitgeist, and Tina Belcher is one of the idioms of human expression that exists.
Yeah, I was just thinking you just kind of independently
going with-
invented the Tina groan.
I'm just going with there are no more unique ideas, and surely I will rehash something.
Oh
Deal
yeah,
with
that,
it.
that's why I steal ideas every week for D&D.
It's like
Yeah.
carcinization. All
It-
paths lead
Yeah.
to crabs.
Crabs or Tina, whoever. Genevieve was just uncomfortable.
What Nine Path is prepared to do. Because ruin seeking is not necessarily the most important value a person can hold when ruin seeking is their ability to improvise, take initiative. Because in the deep and dangerous places of the world, like there is no safety net, there is no rope to hoist you back out. So what they've done is, as part of, in the giant rift of the Darkwood campus, there is an entire section that they've cordoned off that they use basically to test your mettle. But there will be a portion of it that has been particularly designed and that he will make sure that your group has access to a section of it for the next 128 days.
How long is a semester?
As long as I say it is.
Probably about that long.
What he's basically saying is that if at the end of that time you have not plumbed that particular section, it doesn't say anything ill about you. It simply says that you or your group don't have the impetus required to be ruin seekers, in which case, no harm, no foul. Very few people do. And many, many more believe that they do and then meet terrible ends because they get in over their heads. In fact, he doesn't even tell you where to go if you want to look into this as one of your extracurriculars. The actual act of finding and reaching the place in question itself emulates the investigation and expedition required in this line of work.
Sounds like a trip to the library is in order.
Hearing that, Geppa leaves.
Cool. Geppa.
Geppa is gone. He just immediately leaves.
Yeah,
Because he's
he's got a
disinterested.
task.
He's got something to get started on.
Yeah, he's got something to get started on.
All right.
Geppa, come back.
You guys can handle it. Whatever you're doing, I've got some ideas.
You got to wait till the
I'll
dark
see you
hour
back at the
before you
dorm.
go to the dungeon.
So genuinely, I thought you were going to invite us to Seas, and I was going to make the joke of like, all right, how tall is this tower?
200 floors.
269 floors.
And when you
All
reach
right.
it, another 200 floors like emerge on top of it.
Ugh.
But it's okay. After the
Misery.
first 15 floors, your cat turns into a bus.
Oh, sweet.
It
No,
all
I was
works out.
genuinely looking at the map and I was like, is this Tartarus right here? But it's just a path.
So he's talking about like a dungeon area somewhere in this giant Darkwood rift.
Oh, it's in the rift. Oh, okay.
Yes, because remember when he split the earth open here, he
Yeah.
unearthed like all these ancient ruins that they're currently excavating.
Here's a question that might just be a rumor on campus. How deep does this go?
Nobody, at least 260 floors.
Oh God.
Uh,
Want to go to the dungeon tonight? No, I want to sleep.
I have to stay home and make lockpicks. So of the 5 of you, because Prismari was not offering this individually to you, he was offering it to you as a group of 5. And Geppa has immediately...
I'm down to go.
Like, Geppa just walked off without a word, so there's no indication to the rest of you that Geppa has any interest at all.
I'll do it. I'll go catch up with Geppa and see if he actually wants to do the thing.
Man, I have no objection.
I'll put it this way.
This sounds
if
like a...
Anybody who doesn't want to do the thing is rolling up a new character because it's like... it's what the campaign is about, like
Exactly,
adventuring.
right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Genevieve will kind of like hem and haw, like, I thought I was just going to be a student.
You're
Maybe
learning.
Maybe this will be better, but I'm scared.
Oh, you still have to
Genevieve.
attend classes and pass exams. This is an additional responsibility on top of everything else.
Yeah, I'm imagining that her inner voice is saying this to her as she's realizing just exactly what she's getting involved in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't worry, Genevieve. You're part of Drama Club, and Drama Club needs stories. This is how we get stories.
Oh, that's true. She actually really likes that.
I think
Nobody wants
idea.
to see a play about the student who gets a perfect exam score.
But I'm not really a fighter. I'm a blacksmith.
Well, that's fine. You can
That's
just stand there and
okay.
get hit.
I'm the fighter. I'm the one who could swing this axe of mine.
Alister's even less of a fighter than you.
Can you go
Stay
over
behind
my
me.
Can you go over my notes with me then? I if we're gonna do this, I want to do it right. But she's basically gonna ask you like go over her spell book and help her pick something. She's getting in way over her head. She thinks.
Sure, we'll figure it out.
But she's on board.
Now, the student that you rescued did get in trouble for using higher level magic at the cantrip exhibition. Like, wasn't supposed to do that. Because there were no faculty supervisors standing by. This is something... It was supposed to be a nice, safe little thing. Somebody had to go up there and show off. Light the whole stage on fire. Let me just take a quick look at mentors for a second.
I mean, all I got to say is knowing teenagers, that's an oversight on their part.
That's kind of one of the elements of Strixhaven is that they don't have all the best safety measures in place. Like,
yeah,
there's
feels
not a lot
very
of
frontier.
guardrails.
It's very frontier.
Free
Like-
range child rearing.
Like at Prismary College, like there's literally very little guardrails.
I will say over the last week, I was listening to a 10-hour like breakdown of just how dangerous Hogwarts was, and they're not wrong.
Yeah, the other day, like last week when you talked about how that class we all got signed up for had like a student die, it occurred to me like 3 days later, like, what if that's like below average?
Oh my!
Like that might be good.
Which
Yeah.
which of the colleges do you think has the highest fatality rate?
In the course catalog listing next to the course number of seats, and then an average number of students expected to survive.
But if
That's
they
a hard question.
they spin it, they instead of saying this is how many students die, they market it as the probability that open spots will happen during the school year if you don't manage to get into class at the start.
I think I'm
Late
guessing.
enrollment.
My thought is Silver Quill probably has a lot of kids that get into a stupid duel and die before they should.
Are you
I'm
kidding?
gonna,
There's
that's gonna be
200
my guess.
There's 269 floors to this dungeon.
I feel like they
Someone's gonna
report
fall.
these. I feel like they report these statistics kind of like how doctors report cancer survival rates. Like the 4-year survival rate of our students
68.3.
is 87%.
So, as you guys are working with your mentors over the course of the next few days, most of them have anything to say about what happened. Obviously, Dolly was already she already had her meltdown and then her meathead discussion about punching fire guys.
Yeah, Hugo's like, probably should have showed up for that.
Yeah, Timmett just was at some other club that night, and he's like, "Yeah, the club that I was in, it was way more boring. Like, you're absolutely right. I should have. It sounds like it's way more exciting." But explains it without like a hint of remorse, like without any kind of metric, like he was supposed to be there to support his charge. And then Alsahar just demands an explanation. Alsahar just wants to know why you didn't perform his routine.
Oh, well, I don't know. I didn't actually read it beforehand. Should I have?
Wow, that's the worst possible answer you could have given him. Like, in terms of... no, yeah, Alsahar is very, very disappointed in you.
But we're still friends.
All right. Why don't we take a short break? You guys, you can't get your bagel. You already ate your bagel. You ate your bagel earlier.
Let's see, I have yogurt.
Why don't we take a quick little break? Go ahead and get your second bagel. Let's reconvene here in about 15 minutes, so about 4:05.
We had our first bagel. What about the second bagel?
Get you a Skittles bagel.
Get my 11sies bagel.
Why are you like this, Treble?
Listen, I googled it. They exist.
Skittles bagels are a thing. I have no words.
No, I believe it. What I'm concerned about is that pizza Skittles.
That's from what is that? What is that show called? Trying to think of the guy's name. It's a YouTube thing. Like they have a thing where they'll kind of combine real things and like two things and like make a real product. Like they did Mountain Dew Twinkies once, and apparently they were like really fucking delicious.
Thanks, I hate it. I just hate Mountain Dew on principle.
Yeah. Hopefully I fixed my noise gate. For some reason everything was turned
afterward.
Everything for some reason everything was turned all the way to the max. I have not touched any of this stuff. So
You mean Discord fucked with an audio setting when you didn't want it to?
yeah. So,
Gasp, shock, choke.
I'm gonna go get some ibuprofen and a soda, I think.
That's probably a good idea. I should get some ibuprofen myself.
Huh. I just realized that the Critical Role they ended their last campaign a few weeks ago.
They did.
I wonder if they're going to move on to Daggerheart for their next one, or they're going to stick with D&D. I'd be interested to see what they do.
The interesting metric there is like, is D&D popular because of Critical Role, or is Critical Role popular because of D&D?
I mean, Critical Role is kind of plateaued, and they're not growing anymore. But
my only exposure to them has been when they put out that like playtest PDF for Daggerheart.
Mm-hmm.
And the rules to me kind of read like somebody who played a lot of RPGs and decided that designing one couldn't be that hard. So I'm wondering if they do go on to Daggerheart, if they're banking on people like, oh, like our audience will follow us no matter what game we play, so we might as well play a game that we're selling.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to watch from afar. I was personally not impressed with what I read of Daggerheart because they stated up front a problem that they perceived with other tabletop games that they wanted their game to solve, which is that like quiet or shy players often get overlooked at the table. And then they proceeded to design a rule set that exacerbates the problem rather than solves it.
That sounds like a DM issue if quiet players are overlooked.
Well, the way D&D and every other system I've ever seen kind of addresses the problem, solves is the wrong word because it's not it's like solvable problem with rules at least. But the way they address it is by having an initiative system. Everybody has their turn that they act on, right? But Daggerheart wanted to not have an initiative system and just have people say what they do when they do it, which is going to make the problem of like shy or quiet players, or even just like inexperienced role players, are going to get overshadowed very quickly. And the first playtesters that got a hold of the game reported that that's exactly what happened. And then I haven't seen a second version of the playtest rules, so I don't know what they've done with them since then.
I don't know if they'd released a second version.
Yeah, I don't either. Like, maybe they've like gone all the way back to the drawing board. Maybe they are just waiting for some time to elapse before. I don't know what they're doing. I haven't heard any news at all.
As far as I know,
I
it's
think
still coming out this year. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think I know what's wrong with me. I think it's the annual crap like winter is ending, therefore my allergies must make me die.
I have that same issue when caused by the rapid like weather changes in the area of the part of the US where I live, where you wake up and it's hot and it's cold and it's hot and it's cold. And after about 3 or 4 weeks of that, my sinuses just they give up. They just give
Yeah.
up. It's an issue. Start of winter and into winter.
There is, however, one manner in which McDohl's body is the plaything of some natural and unknowable capriciousness. None of the holes in his freckled face can abide the perfumes of spring. I don't think McDohl actually has freckles, but that's...
Bimch, I don't have freckles.
It's a line
But
from
now
my...
I'm going to think you do.
It's a line
I'm gonna
from my
picture you with
novel
freckles.
about a character who
Well-
has terrible allergies.
Well, here's the rub is when we actually meet for SGDQ, you're going to be sorely disappointed in my lack of freckles.
McDohl is actually 2 McDohls in a trench coat.
It's true. I've been living this lie for a long time.
The plaything of some natural and unknowable capriciousness. That's a goddamn great line.
7 out of
That's
10.
fantastic. I don't know why anybody doesn't want to buy this book.
Because there's too much fantasy.
I don't think they can't publish fantasy fast enough these days.
It's bloated. There's too much market saturation.
There's too much
I don't know.
bad fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, almost exactly the opposite, because the market right now, specifically romantic fantasy, is like one of the largest and quickest growing in terms of audience size of genres of fiction that people read. People just want to read about elves fucking. That's what it comes down to.
People just want to get away from reality.
Who are we still waiting on?
And elves fucking is a great way to do that.
I'm here.
Okay.
I apparently had my physical mute button on.
Elves don't fuck. They only diminish and go into the west.
Sorry, I'm here.
All right, let's go ahead. And...
They get bored and decide it's time to go somewhere else. So they fuck
Okay,
off. That's
they
exact-
don't. Elves don't sail the straight road to Valinor because they're bored. All right. Let's.
I mean, when you live 800 years,
800. That's a very young elf. Many of these elves are. The third age is 3,000 plus years, and many of them have been around since the first age.
well, even more time to get bored.
That sounds like getting bored to me.
I mean, the elder days don't even have like years. Like,
Right.
You can't even count them. Like they're before the sun and the moon. So what are you gonna do?
Glorfindel and Galadriel were there before the trees came down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Destil, do you ever get the sense that these other guys they're just Philistines? Like they just don't get it?
I'm pretty much
I've-
fine with it.
I've read The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I glanced through the glossary stuff, the appendix stuff, mostly trying to figure out what happened to my boy Sam.
Sam had like
And-
Sam got out real good.
Yeah.
Yep, Sam, Merry, and Pippin all got out real good. And then I have not read the Similarian or any of the extended
The
stuff.
Similarian.
Yep.
Okay.
The Silmatopia.
The Silmatopia.
The
Like I
singularity.
need to punch both of you. I need to.
The Similama Ding Dong.
Simulacrum. Simultaneous.
The simultaneous. Yeah, let's go with that one.
Ugh.
How many of these can I come up with before Brooke just?
You know what
ends the
McDohl told
call?
me the other day?
What did McDohl tell you
McDohl
the
told me
other
the other day. He's like, you know, when Brick really likes something, I don't make fun of him for it.
That's not his love language.
And now he's
clearly.
here with Similong a Ding Dong, etc.
That's not me. That one was not me.
I'm blaming you. This is all entirely no. Anyway, I hope you all had a nice break and got your bagel.
I had cookies.
I have bad news for the five of you.
Oh, no.
I mean,
We have been expelled.
Today is the first meeting at Witherbloom College of
okay.
Mycoloalchemy, poisons, potions, and panaceas.
Awesome.
We're
What does mycolo mean? Is that like a technical term?
It means
Of mushrooms.
mycelia. Yeah, of mushrooms.
Oh, okay. All right, gotcha. So it is a technical term.
Mycoloalchemy is the alchemy of mushrooms, essentially.
Please tell me
We're gonna
this is
make
the
acid.
classroom.
This is a classroom at Witherbloom College.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
And
I love this.
I love the image, and obviously I've worked a little bit with it because I downloaded it and I put it into the table and everything. I don't really know what we're looking at. It's the question, like, what do you guys think we're looking at here?
A planetarium.
Oh, this is water. Okay, this is like a koi pond.
It's like this is an overhead view of like in like a glass alchemy, kind of like a greenhouse, but for mushrooms. So,
Yeah.
gray
okay.
house.
You're definitely over. Like, what I like about this map is this is definitely a map that was designed to like look nice, but it's not particularly useful. Half of it is inaccessible because you've got this banister
water.
here. I guess it could be a koi pond.
It is. It's water.
Yeah.
You have little islands with water in the middle of them.
Well, I
There are
know
fish in it.
they're water, but it's like, well, what's the nature of the water? There are definitely fish down there.
I mean, clearly it's the galaxy.
It's reflecting something.
Well, it's reflecting the starlight overhead, because obviously
Well,
this
that's-
class takes place at night.
That's the nature of the water, is the galaxy.
I like there's just a mandragora root just sitting on the table here,
Yeah, don't pick him.
just ready to
Those
go.
things
It's very unhappy.
They usually are.
Yeah.
You guys arrive. Some of you have other Witherbloom classes. Introduction to Magical Biology is a Witherbloom class, and it also takes place outdoors, but in a more kind of classroom setting, where some effort has been made. Like, oh, this is where people are going to come and sit together, and not so much here. This is just a dark and dreary, and it needs to be said, foul-smelling space. It's dusty, and the air is very moist. It feels like things are just growing on every surface as you arrive. And it's the 5 of you and maybe 10 or 12 other students.
Do you think we have time for me to run and go get a fishing pole?
Yeah, you better be fast.
I don't know if you should be late for this instructor.
So the story here was that this instructor does not conduct her class unless she has a full complement of students. And very few students wanted to sign up for her class because last year a student died in her class.
Well, I mean, what is she gonna do? Kill me?
It's a good question. So you're over here fishing?
I don't have a fishing pole, but I
So-
am looking at the koi pond.
Okay.
I'm
Where's
gonna bring a
Alister?
fishing pole next time.
Alister skipping class?
No, Alister's here
Okay.
in spirit.
And there's maybe 10 other students here as well. Maybe charitably, 3 or 4 of these students are like Witherbloom 3rd and 4th years who have signed up enthusiastically for this class. Everybody else has kind of been shanghaied into it. The instructor arrives. Oh no, what have I done? I clicked the wrong
Yeah, it's-
button. Professor Darkleaf. She is an old and unwashed woman with scraggly gray hair, wearing dingy robes that ostensibly somewhere under the soil and patches of mold perhaps once reflected the colors of Witherbloom, which I don't actually know what the Witherbloom colors are. Do you know, Destil?
Black green.
Black green? You know what? That makes sense. So does each color get used twice? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, enemy colors
got it.
on the magic color wheel.
This is where I'm showing my ignorance of anything related to Magic the Gathering. I know what the 5 colors are, and I could probably give like a good synopsis of what they're meant to represent. And I know what lands are associated with each one.
Cool. No, you're great.
I'm halfway there. I have not played this game since 8th grade. Although Chris will remember, we played a shitload of this game in 8th grade. We played Magic the Gathering probably every day at school.
Yeah.
That was when the Ice Age expansion was new. How old do you feel now?
Super old. I still have some of my cards. I just have no one to play them with. It's very sad.
I'm not going to have any
Also,
cards until I
totally forget how
buy
to play.
2 of those Final Fantasy Commander decks. They'll be the first Magic cards I get in decades. Professor Darkleaf walks in. Under her arm, she has a giant bushel overflowing with fungal samples. Only a couple of these are like your traditional like mushroom caps, right? But she's got like folded up paper where she just has like smears of spores and mold. And she goes before each student, who are just kind of sitting haphazardly around, trying to find like the driest spot on the floor that's not like seeping with, swamp muck. And before each one, she kind of unceremoniously puts one of these fungal samples. So some people get like little folds of parchment with mold smears. Some people get like old, dried, desiccated mushroom caps. Some people get fresh caps, smell incredibly pungent. Some people get like those like fungal shelves that grow out of the sides of trees. All different colors and smells, and I guess it's up to you to decide how pleasant the experience is of having this just sour old woman who doesn't know what a bath is walk past you and plop down a mushroom of some sort in front of each of you.
I was born in a swamp. I'm fine.
You're fine.
Alister is
It's
very
interesting.
pleasant.
I wouldn't call it pleasant, but I wouldn't call it unpleasant.
She makes her way to the back of the room. By the time she gets there, she's made her round, and her basket is now empty. All of the students have one, and no two samples are alike. Some of them are similar in shape, size, composition, moisture level, pungency, but no two are exactly alike. She says, "I'm Professor Blackleaf. There are," she looks around the room, 16 of you. 15 of you have harmless, if unpleasant, specimens of fungal variety. Exactly. One of you has deadly nightshade. Before the end of our first class, you will either have identified the nightshade or you will all fail your first assignment. At which point, she plops down onto, doesn't have a chair. What has she got back here to sit on? Pile of leaves?
There's chairs sort of scattered around. Maybe hers is just hidden.
The edge of a planter, perhaps. And she just kind of watches you all disinterested. She gives you no direction at all, does not tell you what to do. And students are kind of exchanging awkward and frightened glances at this point because nobody has any idea what to do.
Can I
make a
Hugo,
nature check?
Yeah, we're going to go around. Everybody's going to get a chance.
Okay.
Let's start with Hugo. He's at the top of my list here anyway.
Yeah, Hugo looks over his specimen and he thinks to himself, "Nightshade is a plant, not a fungus, yes?"
Is he talking to himself or is he asking the instructor?
More or less talking to himself. He's kind of mulling it over himself.
Make
Looks
a
around.
intelligence nature check.
Could I maybe do this as a survival check instead? For knowing what plants are bad and good?
Survival would help you determine whether the plant or whether the fungal sample in front of you is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't help you as far as answering the question, is nightshade a plant or a fungus? But you can make both checks if you like.
I would like to make both checks, in fact.
Yeah.
Let's see. Intelligence nature is an 8, actually.
Okay.
So can I you have to review the how these extra D4s and stuff work on these.
So what do you have? You have a D4 from your extracurricular?
Just from okay, so we don't have them from the classes yet, correct?
Correct. I'm looking at your extracurriculars. Okay. You only have 2 skills, performance and persuasion. So when you make a performance or persuasion check, you can use your 1d4 from Drama Guild and add that to those checks.
Okay, then.
Oh, we have access to those already?
Your extracurriculars, yes, not your classwork, because you haven't taken any exams yet.
I will check those off then.
If you change your extracurricular, like if you swap out Drama Club for something else, you will lose access to those skills, but gain some new skills.
Got it.
And then Hugo and Geppa are both missing out on 2 skills because they're working instead.
So I've got so I only got an 8 on nature.
Okay, what'd you get on survival?
Let's find out. I hadn't rolled it yet.
Mhm.
Survival is a 15.
So you were kind of mulling over, like, is nightshade? I thought it was a plant. Is it a fungus? And you're unsure. 2 minutes ago, before this woman walked in the room and started handing out mushrooms, you would have sworn nightshade was like a plant. But now you're not sure at all. As for the survival check, you're fairly certain that the specimen in front of you is deeply unpleasant to eat or administer in any way, but probably not dangerous. You don't sense any kind of poison from it.
Okay. So mine is not. So I've identified that mine is not deadly. I would probably go to one of the other students and try and help them along with that.
So that's what you're going to do, is go around and try to use your survival to try to figure out from that way?
Yeah.
Who else has an idea?
I have an idea.
Sure.
Alister?
Alister thinks that we should take all the mushrooms, all the students should come and we can put our mushrooms together, and then we will examine them and find out if any of them have similarities, and then the mushroom that looks the most different might be the poisonous one, or it could be the mushroom that looks almost exactly like another one, just slightly different. We should all compare the mushrooms.
So you want to line them all up and just kind of visually compare.
Yeah, visually, texturally, not eat them though.
You definitely don't want to eat any.
Yeah, and only touching them with gloves on.
When you mention that, a couple of the students who are holding the mushrooms in their bare hands, like their faces go pale, and they quickly drop them and like wipe their hands on their clothes,
Now it's all over them.
and then find gloves. So if any of these are deadly nightshade, it's possible that some of the students are already infected.
Cool. And actually, Alister's going to turn to the teacher after he makes his suggestion. And he's going to say, or could you give us some instruction about how to identify deadly mushrooms?
She tells you that in the
Can you teach
wilds
us?
there will be no one to give you instructions.
Yes, but we're not in the wilds. We're in a classroom.
Are
You're the
you
teacher.
not?
Are you not the teacher?
She says that depends, she supposes, on whether or not you learn anything, and leaves it at that. So I'm putting down that Alister is approaching this with visual inspection and arguing with teacher.
Yes, he wants a teacher to do her damn job.
Did Geppa have something?
Do we have to return the mushrooms intact when we're done?
She's giving you no instruction whatsoever, and if you
No,
ask
I'm
her,
asking her.
if you ask her a direct question, she gives you no
Uh-huh.
useful answer.
Geppa's going to take his mushroom,
Mm-hmm.
not touching it with his hands.
Sure.
Get some gloves. He's going to pull out a knife. He's going to remove a small bit of the mushroom with his knife. She doesn't like, get mad when he does that.
No. And there are other students in class who are like picking theirs apart in certain
And
ways.
he is going to burn it.
He's going to apply fire to his mushroom,
To the little bit of it that he cut off.
to saute his mushroom. And it burns and smolders, blackens and withers. And before you know it, in just a couple of moments, you just have like a chunk of blistered charcoal left.
I don't know what that might have accomplished, but I think it might be something.
Didn't smell good.
I'll make a note of that.
You need to apply cooking oil, not just heat.
Oh, okay.
I have another idea.
What about Genevieve? What does she think?
Genevieve is proficient in nature, so she'd like to flip through her notes because she came prepared and brought some of them with her.
Okay.
Will they be the notes that she needs? I suppose that depends on the day.
Yeah, make me a nature check.
20.
20. Frustratingly, there are at least 3 different, completely separate plants called nightshade, and at least one sort of fungus that you're aware of. This is a word that gets used very broadly for a lot of different dangerous or deadly forms of poison flora.
So she's gonna say that. She's gonna say, it says here in my research that there are 3 types of plants and 1 type of fungus. Do I have pictures that I could like compare to anything?
If you've sketched them.
Well, I mean, I don't know if she did. I don't know what a 20 gets me, so.
No, a 20 tells you that there is in fact a fungus called nightshade.
There,
And if you
there's
want to have
definitely
if you want to have a picture of it, it's something you would have sketched out of someone's like nature journal at one point.
So, the way I see it is, it's either pass or fail for us all if we do or do not identify the correct thing. So, as I see it, we should all be working together to try and narrow things down. No?
It's a good
Yeah,
idea.
should-
Let's see if Léopold
should-
has an idea. He hasn't had a chance to act. Or is he just...
How long do we have to do this?
No idea. I mean, your typical class might go from, I don't know, 90 minutes to a couple of hours, depending on...
Well, I mean, this assignment is due at the end of the class and not tomorrow.
What she has said is that if you guys don't figure out where the nightshade is, all of you fail this assignment.
Okay.
When we
all
go to
she's
the
given me.
library.
Léopold has leapt into the water.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch this fish.
So you've abandoned your mushroom altogether.
No.
No. Leo has the
I'm
idea
going
I
to
was going to do.
I'm going to feed a bit of every mushroom to a fish and see when it dies.
It dies when it asphyxiates when you bring it out of the water.
Stand in the water with the fish.
You draw the attention of a couple of other students who are kind of leaning over the banister and
Yeah,
watching.
no, this is a great idea.
Actually, can anybody in here summon a
First, let's get
familiar?
an athletics check first, see if you can catch the fish. Let's start there. Because you don't have
okay.
a fishing rod.
You hear it like Léopold going, I'm bringing a fishing rod next time. That is it's a 15 plus. You said athletics, so 17.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So yeah, you managed to get down there and snatch a fish out of the water.
Right. I'm gonna leave it in the water, kind of keep it moving so it doesn't asphyxiate. And then I'm gonna ask, all right, so I've got a fish here. Alternately, if anybody can summon a familiar, we can feed the familiar. And if it goes poof,
And one of the students is like, no, not my familiar.
Do familiars eat? Genevieve wonders out loud.
they can.
So
Sort
Hugo
of.
floated the idea of the class working together. And some of the students have broken off into little groups. Because Alister has started to direct people to, like, if your mushrooms look the same, sit over here so we can inspect them and find the differences. So lots of different ideas are being floated.
Also, I guess let's start with any mushrooms that are red. Red mushrooms are generally poisonous.
Genevieve, you would know that that's not true at all.
No, that's
That's a
no. The color doesn't matter. The color is just for attracting insects and stuff.
That is
She said.
actually there's actually like 3, like in real life there's actually like 3 very good rules of thumb for mushrooms. Don't eat any mushrooms that have a red cap or stem. Don't eat any mushrooms with white gills, and just don't eat any mushrooms you're not 100% sure about.
That sounds
Treble,
pretty. That last one sounds pretty hand wavy.
D&D is not physics.
It's not biology.
It's good because that's D&D is apparently mycology. So,
So
but like
Hugo, are you assisting Alister in getting people's like mushrooms
Yeah.
sectioned off for inspection? And we've applied
Yeah.
water and fire at this point. And Alister, I thought you said you had a second idea you wanted to try, or now are you enthralled by
second
this
idea
fishing
was what-
expedition?
Yeah, the second idea is what Treble's doing: is get an animal and then feed the mushrooms to the animal.
Okay. Give me
and
an
if a
animal
fish doesn't-
handling check at disadvantage.
Who?
me or
Uh,
him.
Léopold, unless Alister's in the water.
All right. Animal
Alister can
handling.
jump in the water.
You could. What's your athletics?
My athletics is a +2.
Because Leopold's not standing in shallow water. He's treading water because it's very deep. It's deeper than it looks. Like he is actively swimming and fishing and trying to feed this fish all at once.
Can you just give me some just direct me from the shore, Alister? And by I mean give me a bard die.
Yeah, Alistair's gonna sing a jaunty tune with some poetry and give him a bard die and feed the fish. The fish like mushrooms.
All right, that is a 12.
12.
Come
There's a
on, Get in
reason.
the boat. Fish. Come on, get in the boat. Fish, fish. Sorry.
There's a reason that fishermen don't use mushrooms as bait typically.
Mhm.
Like you get one of these fish out and you put like a finger of mushroom in there and you like clamp its mouth shut. That's about all you can do. And after you've tried this with a couple of different specimens, you just don't think you're making any progress with this.
Where's the kid that had the familiar?
Nobody's got their familiar out in class, but clearly this one student is very attached to their familiar who they
Can
summon.
I try and persuade him to get his familiar out?
There's no way that'll pass at all. Hey, can I feed your dog this thing to see if it's poisonous?
You can summon it again. I'll buy you more materials if you don't have them.
Intellectually, you understand that, and I understand that, but you will never ever convince this teenage wizard that their familiar is something expendable because they can just summon again.
Man, I
I
wish I
mean,
had a familiar.
you
I
can't prove
remember.
you can't prove it's the same familiar every time.
I mean, can you buy them another one? It's 10 GP worth of incense.
Geppa,
Get a job.
how about
I have a job. I could buy them another one. I'm not the one that's trying to stab their familiar.
Geppa?
Poison.
What if you just eat the mushrooms and then if one is bad, I'll just heal you? That should work, right?
Not if it kills him instantly.
We don't know that he wouldn't just drop dead. Don't
Also-
eat the mushrooms.
I mean, cure wounds will bring you back, right?
Genevieve, with you got a 20 on that roll. If you ingest Nightshade, you will die unless you are immune to poison.
Yeah.
And
Jamie's very clear. Do not eat the mushrooms.
and remember,
or
you
mold
exist in
or
a game
anything.
world where everybody is human, and no human is innately immune to poison without expenditure of magic of some kind.
Jamie's gonna look to everybody and say, "Look, can we leave the room? Like, can we go to the library? Maybe there's a visual aid there."
And Instructor Blackleaf tells you that in the wilds there are no visual aids, there are no books, there are no libraries.
Yeah, but we're in a classroom.
She seems unimpressed by how quickly you've decided to give up on field work and run back to the books written by dead men.
Can I try and persuade her to do her job and actually give us some direction, since the whole purpose of coming to a classroom and not the wilds is to get training before we actually go into the wilds?
Yeah, you can try.
I have some. Okay, well, let's let him do that. I have something I'd like to try.
What else does Geppa have?
Geppa is going to watch the teacher very intently and walk over and pick up a slice of one of the mushrooms and start to make like he's going to eat it. I would
Okay.
like to use insight to see if this causes her to like be worried.
I mean, you don't see any amount of worry on her face as you start picking up and slicing the mushrooms. Although, go ahead and give me that insight check.
Okay. That's an insight of... Actually good at this one. It's on the sheet. New sheet, do this. Oh, wait. It's not... Is it not called insight? Insight
It is.
It
Insight
is.
Whiz,
Why am I
yeah.
not seeing it? I know I'm trained in it.
It's underneath history.
You even have a passive
There we go.
insight.
+3. 17.
If you ingest
Oh,
this piece of this
18.
mushroom, or even if you just pretend to by using sleight of hand or something,
Mhm.
and nothing bad happens, other students might be inspired to try with their samples.
I don't think any of these mushrooms are poisonous because even though someone died apparently last year, I don't think that was on the first day. So Geppa eats his slice of mushroom.
Geppa eats it.
Yep.
It is tasteless, but
Uh-huh.
extremely unpleasant to have in your mouth. As it
And there's no
dissolves-
reaction from the instructor?
No, none.
Yeah,
mean,
Geppa
she-
says it out loud. I don't think any of these are actually poisonous.
She's busy arguing with Alister right now.
Oh, okay.
As a couple of the students look up and watch you do it, there's like a gasp, like, oh, I can't believe he just did that. But after a moment, like Like, she's not going to put poison in front of us and let us eat poison. And there is some agreement, not universal agreement, but some, that that's how you can finish the exercise. If everybody like were to take a bite of their own sample and nothing bad happens, they will have called her bluff. Of course, some students don't want to do this because a kid died in this class last year.
Yeah, Hugo is very trepidatious about that line of thinking. He tried to dissuade other people from that.
Okay.
Yeah, Alister's not going to do that.
Genevieve says, that doesn't make any sense. This isn't a class about deception. This is a class about biology.
To which the professor
Yes.
tells you that there are entire fields of nature that deceive. Nothing in the wilds is what it seems to be at first glance.
Did Alister's visual inspection thing get any results?
Not really. Because when you first started that, you said two different things. You said, let's see if they all look the same, and if one of them looks the most different, maybe that's the nightshade, or maybe the nightshade is one that resembles another but has small differences.
But was there any visual grouping in the mushrooms? Did any of them
Yeah, just-
actually look different?
Some you managed to classify them by color, by texture, by form, because not all of them are mushroom caps. Some of them are like collections of spore or a growth of mold or something.
Oh.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways to classify them.
Nobody can detect poison, can they?
Not
don't
yet.
know. Can you?
Purify food,
No.
drink. Like, I'm looking at
Nope.
spells on my list that I don't have prepared today.
A detect
Don't
poison
get ranger
spell.
spells until level 2.
Detect poison spell would find it straight away if it's poison. Which is really funny because that's one of those spells that people are like, why would you ever take this?
Yeah, well, you're not a student.
It's one of those spells that you always need, but you never prepare.
Well, does anybody else in the class have it prepared?
I could punch the mushrooms.
Roll me some percentile dice, because there are some 3rd and 4th year students in the class of Witherbloom. I think I'll give you some odds that somebody has a detect poison spell prepared.
10.
What are the components for detect poison? Would be a good question to ask.
Detect poison and disease is a yew leaf.
A yew leaf. So they would be able to do it with a druidic focus or something.
Is a cleric, druid, paladin, and ranger spell.
Okay. And it says you identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature, or disease in each case. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it's blocked by 1 foot of stone.
That's the generic, like, detection, can't go through a thin sheet of lead sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Genevieve asks, does anybody know a spell or cantrip that can do that?
So one of the 4th years steps forward. They cast a spell and inspect the row of fungal specimens that Alister and Hugo have gotten lined up here. And points out at least 3 of them that would be poisonous. One of which they're fairly certain is deadly poison. The other 2 poisons of a different nature that would have other effects.
Seems like we've nailed it down then.
The instructor asks, have you?
I mean, if that's our answer, we should submit that as our answer. Unless this person is a plant. And not like
They're
the
not a
leafy
plant, they're a
kind.
person.
Not the leafy kind, but like they were put in the audience to just like deceive us. Haha, I knew you'd try to detect poison, so I prepared this random person.
The class is split into kind of 3 different factions at this point. Like, one is willing to name that as their answer. Like, somebody casts a spell. The second group is more like, we don't know if that spell functioned properly. We don't, like, would you trust your life to that spell if you were in a situation? And the third, they just don't care because this is not a class they want to be in anyway. They're willing to do just the bare minimum to get credit.
They just want to eat the mushroom and end it all.
and get out of class.
No, Hugo's trying to give the class the benefit of the doubt and approach it with good faith.
Okay. Meaning there is no poison?
No, that there is poison. It's just part of what we're supposed to be doing here is combining our talents to figure out which one it is, and narrowing it down. It seems that this is the deadly nightshade.
Okay. So which of these three factions do you think you want to persuade people towards? That you've identified it and you want to call that one?
Yeah, submit an answer.
All right, I'll let one of you make a persuasion check to that effect, and you can make it at advantage if more than one person in the party is making the case.
You want me to roll?
You probably got the thing for it.
You probably should.
You can use either charisma or popularity for this check.
Your charisma is surely better than my popularity.
I can't give myself a bard die though, sad face.
You cannot.
Oh.
I only have a +1 to charisma.
It's a 22.
22, okay.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, people are getting on board with the idea that you've discovered the poison, and it's a very unassuming, pale-looking sliver of shelf fungus. And the student who was given it has gone completely ghostly white. It kind of picks it up with shaking hands and places it on the table before the instructor. And Alister, you are acting as spokesperson here. You're saying this is your final answer?
Yeah. It's always the one you least expect.
Okay. Blackleaf looks unimpressed. She calls Alister forth, stand in front of the table, in front of this allegedly deadly nightshade fungus. Does he run off?
No, I mean, he looks at her. He walks forward. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to eat that.
She frowns, almost scowls, looks out across the rest of the class. Who among you will?
Wait, the deadly one or the not deadly one?
You think you've identified the deadly one?
Well, I don't think anyone's going to want to eat that.
She insists that she will not be satisfied you've made the correct selection unless somebody does.
Then I guess you fail and you don't get to teach this course next year.
I just reach down and throw it in my mouth.
Léopold reaches over, grabs it, and eats it.
Yeah.
Are you immune to poison?
No.
Then you drop to 0 hit points immediately.
Genevieve was about to suggest, what if we ate every
other
mushroom? Eat
Alister's
the other
gonna
mushroom.
Cold.
At
I'll just
this,
cast some Cure Wounds.
Cure Wounds is not going to heal somebody who just died of eating a poison mushroom.
Oh, I'm dead? Dead?
Right now, you're unconscious and dying very swiftly. And the instructor is pointing out all of the very interesting things that are happening to your body. For example,
Hugo is trying to, get him to vomit. Like he's trying to do field medicine on this guy.
and the instructor points out that inducing vomiting would be very, very difficult in a situation like this because the moisture inside of the subject's mouth is already beginning to fruit more nightshade spores.
You're not helping.
So yeah, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Bardic Inspiration die would probably be really helpful.
Okay. Have some encouraging words.
If a dirty 20 doesn't do it, then I can put a D6 on top of it.
20 is pretty good. I mean, you get your gloved fingers inside of the mouth and start scraping away this fruiting fungus that is popping out of all the moist spots on Léopold's body, which, I mean, he's going to have an interesting time when he goes and changes that as jockstrap later. With a 20 medicine check, you are certain that if there's not an antidote, Léopold is gone.
Then Hugo stands up and shouts at Blackleaf.
Mm-hmm.
Then you need to prepare an antidote immediately.
She reaches into her dingy robes, pulls out a stoppered vial, holds it out.
Hugo goes to snatch it from her.
Okay.
Very rudely, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
And he upends it down Léopold's throat.
I thought for sure it was going to be Geppa.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I'm lawful good. I trust the authority figure.
Yeah, you get this antitoxin into Léopold's mouth, and immediately the fungal sproutings in the moist places on his body, behind his ears, and his underarms, and underneath his tongue shrivel up. Léopold, go ahead and give yourself 1 hit point.
Okay.
Your head is swimming, and the inside of your mouth has never tasted fouler in your life.
Were we right?
Hugo's going to put Léopold's arm over his shoulder, and then he's going to say to Blackleaf, then I assume we've passed our assignment. Then I'm going to go complain to the dean about this. And he starts to walk Léopold out of the room.
She points out, as Hugo is dragging Léopold out, she motions to the various fungal preparations that you've played with today. Poisons, potions, and panaceas. And she gives a curt nod and dismisses you all.
Yeah, Alister goes with Hugo to the dean.
So, which dean are you going to complain to?
All of them.
So there's only 4 because Dean Darkwood's chair sits empty.
Drop a letter in his mailbox too.
Just in case. The Dean of Witherbloom, her name is Nadia Witherbloom. She's of the Witherbloom House, a member of a cadet branch of Witherbloom House, which for decades before the Unification War concealed powerful necromantic magic from the church that came in clutch in one of the battlefields of the Unification War. And once using that form of magic became less taboo, she stepped up to help found Strixhaven College, and then her descendants have just sat in her chair ever since. The current, I think she's probably like a great niece or something of the original Witherbloom.
I don't think we go to her. I think we go to Prismari.
Okay.
We can start with Prismari. I think we're going to have to go to all of them. Because, like, if this is in Witherbloom, then Witherbloom Dean is probably in charge of this professor.
So
yeah, but it would help if we had an advocate on our end as well.
Yeah.
It was fine. It's fine.
Geppa's not doing any of this. Geppa's,
Genevieve doesn't see the point in doing this.
Geppa's going to go and continue to investigate this dungeoneering thing.
okay.
Like,
So what do you do with Léopold after you get him out of the class? Like, are you dragging Leo immediately over to the dean's office?
like I'm like just like over your shoulder in a fireman carry.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting there like it's fine. She had it. It's good. We can trust. She's a teacher. She wouldn't let us die on purpose.
Are you
Poisoning a
Violence.
student on the first damn day is not a proper teaching method. Like, I'm not a teacher, but no, absolutely not.
You definitely should not put that on your CV.
It's completely irresponsible. If she was going to do this, she needs to teach us about antidotes before we have people eat poison. Like, this woman is a menace.
I agree.
All right.
I agree with Alister.
So Hugo and Alister, remember it's late at night. This class took place in the evening time. Are you going to like go and wake up one of the deans to complain tonight, or are you going to like gather yourself and do it tomorrow?
Yes. Alister wants to go wake up the dean now.
Right now?
Bitch and moan about this, and also tell him that we've agreed that we're going to do the dungeon thing because this is some bullshit.
Okay. Are you dragging Léopold with you?
I mean, no better evidence than him recovering from from Goopy Lung.
Just
Yeah,
like
with the dried mushroom still in place.
I'm just like dangling on the back of Hugo, like limply.
Whereas
Probably still can't feel my arms and legs.
Geppa has gone off to look into dungeoneering, and Genevieve has gone back to the dorm.
Genevieve is going to she wants to talk to the instructor a little more about this.
So Genevieve is staying behind after class.
Yes.
And as Darkleaf is going around, just kind of unceremoniously picking up all these mushroom samples which have been carved up and burned, and there's a dead fish with mushroom kind of shoved awkwardly into its mouth. And she's just collecting them all up into her basket.
Forgive me if it's not my place to say this, but how do you have so much trust in that your antidote would work? Because surely that was the only way this could go.
Would it have mattered if it didn't?
Well, to us, he is one of our friends. And she kind of catches herself saying the word friend.
She asks whether he is your friend or no. Would the poison or the antidote have been any more or less effective?
This isn't the wilds, though. This is a school where we're coming to learn and come together to improve our chances against the wilds. Like, there's a difference between out there and in here.
And now you know how to properly identify Nightshade, and you know that there is a functional antitoxin. Does this not improve your chances should you go into the wilds?
It does, but if we come in unprepared, it... Now, I see your point, but, like, did it need to be that risky?
She seems to consider the question for a moment.
Like, Genevieve actually genuinely understands the point of the lesson.
Mm-hmm.
But she is contesting that, like, I guess what she's trying to get at is literally every exercise that is done in this campus. Like, this isn't a one-off.
Right.
Is it? Like, is this instructor going to, like, put her at risk and her friends and other people? Or is literally everything they do going to put their lives in jeopardy?
Every time you show up for this class. She's like, all right, today we're going to saw our feet off.
Look to your right. One of you will die.
You ask her, does it have to be that risky? And she just gives the same frustrating answer that assessing risk is all about. It's part of what wilderness survival is all about.
She opens her notebook and she writes down, prepare detect poison for mycoalchemy class. And then she also writes under that, wear thick gloves.
So the three of you, Leo and Hugo and Alister, you go up to the personal apartments of the dean. There's probably she probably has several different.
We're going the 9 path first, aren't we?
You're going to 9 path first?
McDohl isn't.
I'm trying to think of the English word that
I mean, yeah, we should probably speak to her first.
Because she would have several
Okay.
assistants that you would have to get through to get to her. And if it's not like an emergency situation, there'd be no need to go wake her up at this time of night. But they're happy to like pass along a written message for in the morning.
Kind of seems like an emergency situation.
These are seasoned Witherbloom students that have worked as the dean's assistants, a personal assistant.
Hugo's not happy about it, but he will pass along the message.
I mean,
Have them
can
pass
Alister
along
try
the
and persuade them to let them through? With that bard charm?
You would need magical persuasion, I would think. You would need charm person or something like that.
Do not have.
Because nobody right now is in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah. And then after Hugo's cooled off a little bit, he will realize that, yeah, it's stupid and absurd and dangerous, but he's not going to let this go.
Welcome to magic school. I will let you each individually give me an insight check. Leo, you're technically there. So you may also make an insight check if you like dangling from the back of...
So I can use a D4 from my classes.
From your
Cannot.
extracurriculars, because you haven't passed any exams yet. You don't have a D4 from your classes yet.
Okay.
You got to level up and pass the exam.
That's a 17.
Okay.
I have an
18.
19.
We managed to glean, that's not stated outright, but we've managed to glean is that Nadia Witherbloom and Professor Darkleaf are very close friends. To the point that even if she had actually tried to murder a student in her class with deadly nightshade poison, it's possible that Witherbloom College would just try to protect her from criticism. It would get swept under the rug.
So,
Yeah, Hugo's infuriated, but he's going to back down.
And Geppa, you were trying to investigate the location of this ruins chasing expedition.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a... Well, what's your approach to this? Let's start there.
Doesn't he work there?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Well, it's not necessarily. I think I'm going to go hang out with some of the grunt laborers who I work with as part of the. What exactly did I call that? Has to be as unglamorous. Archaeology haulers. I'm just gonna go hang out with them and see if just hang out, just see if I get anything just as opposed to the previous time. I probably haven't hung out with coworkers before, and also as opposed to previous times, I am actually aware of this as a thing now. So maybe just listen to what people are saying a little bit more critically.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to hang out with them tonight. It's late at night, and their shifts would be over by now. But you can certainly go over to the Darkwood campus, to the spots where because you've done a couple of shifts of work. You've gotten paid for the week.
Yeah.
Here's what you know for sure. Is that this giant rift opened up into various unexplored ruins and things that are thought to be holdovers from the time of the Second Sundering. It's the way I like to think about it is the Second Sundering was when the world expanded and created more empty space to explore and cultivate. I like to think of it as hitting the generate world button on Dwarf Fortress, and it simulates 500 years of history and creates detailed ruins.
Okay.
Some of these levels, especially the ones closest to the top, surely anything you can see just by standing at the side and looking over, have long since been explored and excavated, and many, many things have been taken out, and much of the space has been is now in use by the college. There's Darkwood dormitories and things down there. And you are aware that there's other spaces that are used as training grounds for various kinds of college activities. In fact, Dahlia mentioned one that she had last year where she had to go down and tame these fire sprites as part of her hand fighter classes. However, there's lots and lots of places that are not accessible to you because they're cordoned off. It would be deeply against the rules. You'd have to go into places you know you're not supposed to be. And thinking about it, kind of the dungeoneering exercise that Prismari has offered you might be in one of those places. Figuring out a way to get in without being seen, without getting into trouble, might be part of the exercise.
Okay.
That makes sense.
And when you guys all get back to your dorm, Dolly is already there. Her room's already closed for the night. I got to save the dorm room, I guess, so I don't have to keep grabbing it from immigrant.com.
Probably a good idea.
I have to edit the dorm room first. You guys need stuff in your rooms. Oh, that's okay. I pushed the wrong
Load
button.
image failed.
I've done everything wrong. Hold on.
It's your fault. Okay.
It's my fault.
Well, sometimes Tabletop Simulator does it.
Tabletop Simulator does a tabletop simulator?
Yeah. You just get the white
Tabletop
screen.
Simulator is, in my experience, and I've been running this game for 10 years. So in my experience, this game is like remarkably stable. It's
Yeah.
if there's jank, it's usually because you pushed the wrong button.
Yeah. 95% of the time it works great.
95% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Arriving back at your dorm room for the evening, would anybody like to do anything before you take your long rest?
I'd like to take a bath.
Take a bath, okay. You go in there, and Dahlia was the most recent one to use it, and she never cleans up after herself when she's done. So the bathroom is in like a disheveled state.
Hold on.
Oh.
I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna press to digitate it
Yeah.
into a reasonable state
Yeah.
before that happens.
Yeah, Hugo helps him.
Yeah,
Dahlia's
Alister has-
never going to learn if you keep cleaning up after her.
Yeah,
I
She's
know.
never gonna learn
Alister
if we don't clean up
Anyway.
after either. We just have
She's
to live
not
in
a-
filth.
She's not a puppy.
I mean, maybe we could get a spray bottle. I'm pretty sure that would work on Léopold.
Ray of Frost is not a spray bottle. Don't do it.
So Geppa goes in
Dahlia.
and cleans up the wet towels on the floor and the stank water that wasn't drained properly. And after it's all clean, then Leo can go in and have a nice warm bath.
Dog, if you
Al-
don't start cleaning out the bathroom, we're not going to let you use it.
Oh, she's
Maybe
asleep in
Alister
her
can
room
play
at this
a-
point.
Alister can play a really loud song about how he wants to use the bathroom, but he can't because it's dirty.
No,
no.
I'll just put a magical light on Dahlia's forehead or on her glasses or something where she's
See-
asleep.
I've never had the experience of living in a dorm situation, but I have to like expect this is a constant problem that people
Yes.
that 18, 19-year-olds don't properly clean the bathroom ever.
After about 20 minutes, you guys hear Léopold go, "Help! There's too much hair in the drain! It won't drain properly."
I imagine Dahlia uses a lot of hair product that's just piled up in one.
I'm kind of picturing her as like gotten like a half picture her as like she's got the sides of her head shaved and got the like faux hawk in the middle.
In her character description, I have it written that she has a spiky mullet.
You know what? Alistair's going to play you a bathing tune on the piano while you bathe.
Okay. So nobody's doing anything special tonight. Geppa, do you report what you've learned from your sojourn down to Darkwood College?
Destil?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Sorry, is my mic messing up?
Mike must not have picked it up.
Mike was muted.
No, yeah. I
Is
feel
there
like
time to do anything special? I thought it was like we already used our night action.
You don't have a night action as such. You guys are all back in your quarters. I thought it would be interesting to give you the an opportunity to do a little bit of role playing in this role playing game.
Oh, what's that?
Léopold walks out completely naked.
Woo,
Léopold.
Leo!
Ah,
put on a
Clank.
use a towel.
Not appropriate.
Clank.
Léopold, please. Towel.
There are no clean towels in the bathroom.
Leo, are you cold?
They're clean towels. Geppa went in with prestidigitation.
Yeah, I cleaned all of the towels.
Oh.
Also, now your bedroom is wet.
Alistair will use Mage Hand to shut Leo's door.
Night. And Leo goes to bed.
Okay.
Is it safe? Genevieve says.
Is the penis going?
Yesterday I was lit on fire. Today, Léopold was poisoned. What does the school do for an encore tomorrow?
We could just boycott her class. If students don't show up, she can't teach, and everyone's safe.
How often does this class meet?
As often as I say this.
I mean, we're not going to play out every day, I assume. So
No, you're not going to roleplay every single class, but you might roleplay the interesting ones like poisons, panaceas, and potions.
See, I just imagine that with her approach, someone has to die for every single thing to be identified because she refuses to teach any sort of methodology to actually detect these poisonous plants.
So this is I guess this is a question regarding like how the structure of these classes will work. But like Genevieve did learn a lesson here, which was like prepare yourself. Does the class meet regularly enough that she could plan her spell book for her classes in case she does need
That's
to?
fine.
Okay, so I can just tinker with that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I feel like I've like legitimately triggered something in Chris. Like I've triggered his professor sense and deeply offended him somehow.
Oh, as a professor, it's abhorrent, but as
Oh
a
yeah,
s-
no,
like
absolutely.
we're
abhorrent.
playing a student that's brilliant, and she gets it.
Like,
I
okay.
just-
Okay,
Sometimes
so
shitty teachers get tenure.
listen.
Yeah, and sometimes the good ones don't.
yeah.
So I do want to point out Leo's lawful good, so he just trusts the teacher implicitly. She wouldn't be in her spot as a teacher if she didn't have.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
Yeah.
Leo is a sweet summer child. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Love
Me, the person, me, the player, I'm like, all of the arguments she made, like, well, like
None of them hold water.
Oh, it's
they don't
bullshit.
hold-
Yeah.
they don't hold water. Like prepping them. Like she's like, well, now you know that is you can now identify it, and now you know there is an antidote. Well, we could have gotten that same result by you telling us what it looks like, by the teacher telling us what it looked like, and then saying, and there is a viable antidote. Here's what it looks like.
I like to point out too that you know there is a viable antidote, but you don't know what was in it or how to produce it.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's
We
the-
also don't know what any other poisonous mushrooms look like.
Is there a universal antidote?
I
Genevieve
can't
said.
imagine why kids were not like lining up to sign up for this class. Makes no sense.
I'm interested to know if you have it written down somewhere exactly how that other kid died.
Oh, I know how the kid died for sure.
Okay.
Oh, it's probably a situation similar to
Nightshade
this.
related.
This was before she had the antidote.
It's like, oh
Oh,
wait, hold on.
shoot.
Next time I do this, I
Left
should have
that
an
at
antidote
home.
ready.
Yeah,
Like,
left,
she-
left in my dorm.
She reaches for the antidote and goes, "Oh crap!
Ah, shit.
I left
that's
it in my
a-
other toga."
That's a Mountain Dew
That's-
Baja Blast.
This is gonna look poorly on quad review.
Let's take a moment and do some downtime actions. What else is going on in your characters' lives in between mushroom class and dousing of the burning stage and either staring or avoiding Léopold's junk, as the case may be? I will
Let's see. I had to
bring
go
up-
find the downtime list.
Where is
We
my
should
li-
probably pin that as well.
You don't have an
I
action.
actually, I made a copy of that and put it in the spreadsheet. I don't know how to get this page to you though.
Alister was working on partying, but
Yeah, some of you started making progress on things like partying and
It's
research.
in the list of things is in a short list of it without like take an exam, conduct independent
I have
research.
just pinned that message.
It's also in the party sheet.
Can you link the party sheet for me, please? So I can pin that as well.
I think Alistair is gonna go get better reputation with Kenny Brea and bitch and moan about the poisons class.
So you're gonna have a relationship encounter with Kenny.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull up my.
'Cause once we get those three, they can come with us on adventures, right?
Yeah, at level 3, you can.
Yeah.
And these mentor characters specifically, I think of them as being experience level 5. They're second year students. They've hit their level where they get like their first like really cool class abilities. That's where they're at. So what do you just tell her like, oh yeah, we had this class and like this crazy.
Yeah, he's gonna commiserate with Kenny and go shooting with her to blow off some steam or whatever it is that she does around here when she's annoyed.
Yeah, Kenny tells you there's lots of classes like that at Strixhaven where you get these eccentric magic professor types that care more about their particular slice of academia than they do about like student well-being. Like you really got to keep on your toes and stay out of those kinds of classes.
Like I'm okay with eccentric types. It's just the ones that have no clue how to do their job.
Kenny also starts remember her family. Well, first of all, she knew to stay out of that class because she's in Witherbloom College. That's her alma mater. So yeah, she knows all kinds of stories about Instructor Blackleaf and to definitely stay away from all of her classes. But her family they're the ones that designed the trams that you used to ride back and forth between the various campuses and the funicular that got you up the mountains. Kinney is a very, magic is a sometimes food kind of ideal. Like, the best thing you could do with magic is use it as fuel or as a battery for some actually useful engineered good, such as the engines that her family builds. And she thinks before a couple of years are out there going to be similar tracks crisscrossing all of Gran Fernisco. And she seems very, very proud of this ideal.
Okay, Alister will play into that and be like, "Yeah, it's a great idea." I'm like, "I can't wait. That'll make transportation so much better and save us a lot of hassle. Like, that's a good thing." You should be excited. Your family's gonna do great things.
Because up until 10 or 12 years ago, you had teleportation circles that would take you between different parts of the Republic that no longer function. So I will raise your relationship level with Kinney to 2.
Okay.
And we need to decide what kind of boon Kinney gives you.
Immunity to poison.
that doesn't make any sense.
Some sort of bonus roll to interact with mechanical contraptions. I don't know what the options are. So,
well, let me get my Strixhaven book here, because I didn't actually come up with boons and banes for all these characters. So I've learned. This is a lesson that DMs have to learn. This is not a thing that you can get out of a book. You have to learn this lesson for yourself, is to not over prepare, because what you'll do is you'll sit down and you'll come up with boons and banes for 15 different NPCs and do all this work, and then none of it'll come up in game, and you'll just wasted all the effort.
Yeah.
But for example, like one of the boons out of the book says that this character is an expert on creating stylized distractions. If you want to slip away unnoticed from anywhere on campus, she can help you escape. Another one is like the one that Alsahar has, is advantage on research as a downtime action, because Alsahar is always there as a study buddy. Basically something to help your life at school be a little bit easier.
The slip away thing might actually be useful.
You think Kinney can show up and create a distraction for you? She does have a fairly commanding presence. She wears guns. She wears a rifle on her back.
Can I figure this one? Can I figure a boon out after?
You can think about it and stew on it. You don't need to give me an answer right now. You can just chill with it. I'm just going to make sure that I mark on my sheet that you do have a boon coming, because I wouldn't want to. All right, who else has a downtime action you'd like to take?
Sure.
What does Genevieve have?
She'll keep researching, although she keeps moving the goalposts.
So instead of making progress on the research you've already done, you want to start a second research on a different topic? Is that what you mean?
I wasn't sure if that's how that would work.
So the way it works, the way I envisioned it, you don't have to do it this way, but you would keep making research checks on one topic, and then once you've succeeded, you don't have to define what the topic is. You just have a point of research, and then at some point in the game, if you can cash that in to have to make it make sense.
That's going to be specific for whatever the point is for.
It is, but not until the moment you define it. Like this could be 20 sessions from now. You could be at the bottom of a dungeon and cash in finished research to know all about the monster you're about to face.
So even though I initially went to do research and I'm trying to actually find, I didn't write it down what the topic was. Like now she might be going in there to look up if anybody wrote a thesis in the Darkwood College about the ruins, local ruins.
Yeah, you don't have
which
to.
Which is a totally different topic, but can I still use my old DC target?
Yeah, you don't have to define the research you're doing now. You define it retroactively. Like you just decide 6 rounds. Oh yeah, all that research I did happened to be on
Okay.
this subject.
Okay, so then I am rolling against. It looks like DC 22. I read
Okay,
that
it's a-
down.
Intelligence check, DC 22.
I passed 23.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
I got a natural 20.
So you have a piece of magical lore. You don't have to apply a topic to it right now. Cash it in whenever you want. Just find a place on your character sheet to list where you have that. You're really good at research, apparently.
Well, it helps when you roll a 20.
It does. Who
I
else?
only had 3.
Who else has a downtime action?
I
Okay.
Leo?
let Hugo go first.
Hugo?
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to spend some downtime with Rex Armada.
Rex Armada. That's one of your instructors
Yeah.
of
Ferniscan Unification War History.
Ferniscan Unification War History. Okay.
Yep.
Do we know anything about Rex Armada's background?
Like, do I know anything now?
I don't know if we've done any work developing this character. It
I
would
don't
be
think we
very
have.
unlikely that he personally participated in the war because it was 60 years ago.
Yeah.
But
He's a salty ship captain who specializes in warfare tactics. Human fighter, takes no shit, but is very supportive.
His father was in the war.
okay. And what are we doing with Instructor Armada? You're just looking to find some common ground,
Yeah.
discussing class, or do you want to have this?
Yep.
Because one of the things you could do is like you're having this relationship encounter at his class. Is one of the ways they look
Yeah.
at it.
Could do
Okay.
it. Could do it that way.
Let me add Rex Armada to the relationships list here. And I've got that class in Darkwood. He's an instructor. How well are you performing in that class? Do you know?
Probably pretty well. It's a topic that's of particular interest to Hugo's interests.
If Hugo were not a student at Strixhaven, what sort of military career would he be starting at this point?
Oh, he'd probably still be a a sergeant in whatever militia that he's come from in where did I say he was from? Southeast of Brennany, and I can't remember the name of the city that's down that way.
Sounds like the province of Mendelin.
Yeah, Mendelin. There we go.
Mendelin
That's
is
it.
noteworthy because the capital Nornir had a huge lighthouse that was destroyed at the start of the Unification War.
Yep.
In Flumph 5, you guys had a couple of sessions warning before the attack because you received word that the lighthouse had been destroyed. And are you looking to bring your relationship points with Rex Armada up or down?
Up.
Up. I imagine Armada is a man of few words and fewer compliments, but is definitely impressed with the military service you've already put in. And I also
Mhm.
expect that that Hugo probably has more interest in his course material than most of his students that come through his hall.
Yeah.
I'm still only going to call him level 5 in terms of character level for now.
That's fine.
All right. Who has not taken a downtime action yet?
I
have
can
not.
go.
What's Geppa got?
Remind me the negative relationship at -3 is effectively almost the same as the positive relationship, right?
So if you have a
But it's-
boon, you have like a benefit that you're like Alister is always there to
Right.
study with you. A bane is something that's going to get in your way. And if it ever comes into play in a session and like ruins your plans or complicates things for you, I'm letting you claim it as a blip.
I thought there was the option when they get to -3, they can also go on adventures too.
There is.
Like kind
'cause
of weird.
they
It's the hate fuck it option. Sorry.
Yeah, they consider you a rival.
Excellent. All right, we're having a relationship encounter with my coworker Ellen Veritas.
Okay.
I am going to. I don't know how much I like. I don't know that either of us have developed this character too much, but I pictured her as overly eager and Geppa as really over it. There's like she thinks they're actually doing real like work down there in the archaeology, and he thinks they're just moving rocks.
She's a real go-getter, and Geppa is over it.
Yeah.
And you want to go to -1 with her?
Yes.
All right. I don't know that you can trust that Veritas brood.
I know, right?
Bunch of
Fucking
weirdos.
nobles. Where's all their teleportation magic? I think they used to have it.
Any teleportation they did have would have come from Valus at some point in history.
It's to be fair, it's probably a Veritas kid's fault that like it was. They're probably responsible for the straw that broke that back.
The exact
Maybe
opposite,
way.
in fact. Early in the Unification War, it was Ruby Veritas that traveled to Valus and negotiated their alliance during the war.
Well, Veritas had teleportation circle as part of their house magic, so
Doesn't function anymore. So they're probably super pissed.
I'm sure Victor is plotting revenge somewhere.
Who didn't have a downtime action yet?
I haven't gone.
What would you like to do?
I would like to spend time with Timmet.
With Timmet? So you want to go up to 2 with Timmet?
Yes.
What do you do with Timmet?
I basically have a moment where like basically I tell him I want to stage an intervention. He's doing too much, and then I understand why he let me down.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of like framed from the sense that you're doing too much and it can't be good for your health.
Oh, Timmet feels great. But is very, very touched by your concern.
Yeah.
Like, good looking out.
Yep.
It's great to have you. It's great to know that you have my back. Is Timmet part of your graphic design club?
I don't know. I guess.
I mean,
You said he's in every club.
he's in lots of different clubs. He shows up to the drama club like 1 time out of 4.
Yeah.
For 5 minutes.
See, you share your thoughts with Timmet, and I will increase the relationship to 2. Yeah, your concern is very touching, but you don't need to worry about it. He's got time to do everything. It seems like just
Secretly a time traveler.
I give him a very skeptical look.
yeah, he's got the time tuner.
Very skeptical look.
He seems very immune to the criticism of like, hey, you really let me down the other day when you didn't show up to my thing. All right.
That puts him up to 2.
That puts him up to 2.
I guess since Timmet's everybody's friend,
Mhm.
that should be kind of what his boon is.
Sure.
So I guess if you're would making a popularity check around somebody that knows Timmet and thinks positively of him be too powerful?
I would
Like
say like any popularity check that you make that you can argue Timmet would be involved with in any way or could possibly influence could be made with advantage.
Okay. I guess
He's kind of the big man on campus. If you're Timmet's friend, you're everybody's friend.
Right.
All right.
That's what I'm gonna call the boon.
Does Ellen know that you've been offered this opportunity?
Yeah, she's probably actually. That's probably what put us at negative relationship. Is she's probably really jealous of that.
So you're envisioning like Ellen knows about this particular opportunity and knows that it's only offered to certain students, and it wasn't offered to her.
Right, especially given where she grew
She's a
up.
Veritas.
And you know what? That Nine Path even told you, like, that's exactly the kind of thing that they want to weed out. Like, nobody's entitled to this just because of your name or your lands or your heraldry. All right, Geppa. You've determined where this particular ruins chaser's space is. It's in one of the off-limits areas where students are not supposed to go, especially first-year students are not supposed to go. As far as you can tell, the idea is that some number of instructors or faculty, or maybe even just more accomplished students, will go down there to perform experiments and things or set things up and kind of put their own little touches to kind of emulate a ruins space so people can do dungeoneering practice. So you know about where to go, but if you try to go there, you will get in trouble and be redirected away. You're not supposed to be down there. Actually getting there is, if you want to think of it this way, part of the assignment. Just like if you were trying to plumb an ancient dungeon in a place where men were not fit to travel. So I will give you all the opportunity to try to reach your dungeon this week if you want.
Yeah.
You have 128 days.
Days until appears in the top right corner.
Yeah.
In bright red. Genevieve will ask, can we just sneak in at night?
It's against the rules.
Yeah, but there are no rules for this program.
There are rules for going in there.
But it's not against the rules because we were explicitly told we had to find a way to get in there. We were not told you can't go in there at night, you can't go in there during lunchtime. We had to find a way to do it. So part of the direction was to break the rules to get in there.
To be fair, we weren't
by
told much
definition,
of
we're not
anything at
allowed to be there.
all. We weren't told much of anything at all.
No, Nine Path told you very little, and Geppa had to go and investigate on his own and
Where's
also
the
piss off his
syllabus?
coworker.
Where's the syllabus?
Do you have any idea, or if you don't have a preference, that's fine, but do you have any idea like what class level Ellen might have if you do end up on an adventure with her someday?
Rogue?
Noble.
Rogue? Noble? Raz wasn't even here for that campaign. That's not even shared trauma. He's just making fun of the rest of you.
I genuinely looked at that character progression sheet for Noble, and wow, yeah.
So we're thinking Ellen's probably a rogue.
Yeah.
Note of that, because it seems like Ellen will be on an adventure at some point. Okay. So yeah, you guys were discussing the pros and cons of sneaking out to this dungeon and when would be the best time to do it.
Well, I'm not much for the stealth. I'm not much with the stealthy type.
Who here is?
Sneaking around.
I can sneak around. I can pick a lock. She admits, kind of embarrassing.
Do you like picking rocks, or is it just something you're good at?
I mean, sometimes I had to get into the workshop at night, and I didn't want to wake up my mother for the key, so I got good at it. She's proficient.
Yeah,
is what she's saying.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can generally get where I want to be without being seen. Is it possible for me to do a stealth check to try and sneak around the worksite? And if I get lost, I don't know. I'm a terrible actor, but I could pretend I think I'm supposed to be here for my job, but I'm not.
So here's what we'll do. I mean, it's a good thing I've already abstracted this down into rules, so I know exactly what rules are going to be required. What I want is first I want to know, because the first step is to get to the dungeon. You need to make sure you have a way to get there and back without being caught, essentially. So first let's figure out how many people are going to do this like initial kind of reconnaissance.
I'm no good with a lock, so I might need Genevieve, but I don't really think, Jen, that you're good at staying out of people's sight. No offense.
Genevieve says, "I'm not super perceptive, but like I can stay hidden and quiet." And she actually tries to like move across the room. In her,
Clank,
she's
clank,
in
clank.
her armor. No, she doesn't have disadvantage on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she actually has a +3. Like she's pretty quiet.
Okay.
What
So-
armor are you wearing?
What I
Scale
want
blue.
is
I'm medium armor mastery.
I want it's going to be a 3 successes before 2 failures kind of situation. The more people that have to go down to make rolls, the higher your DC is going to be. And you tell me what skills or tool proficiencies might be appropriate here. Like I've heard stealth floated, I've heard lockpicks, I've heard perception.
Bard inspiration.
You could give Bard inspiration, but then not have to go on the excursion.
So the two I'm thinking to use is I can use stealth to stay out of sight where I'm not supposed to be, and I can use insight to talk to people as I go to try and figure out, like, are they being dodgy? Are they trying to like direct me away from the area I think it might be?
So insight to kind of see what other like personnel activity would be in the area.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to know what those guard routes are before you plop on your
Right.
cardboard box.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've
Genevieve
got
can cast message, so she can communicate with that for you.
I could possibly cause a distraction.
how would you like to cause a distraction? So if you cause a distraction, you are going on the excursion.
Yeah, the purpose of going would be to cause a distraction to help increase their chances of success.
We also heard Genevieve talk about perception and lockpicking.
No, she's not good at perception.
Not okay.
She could do. If I had to put 2 forward, I would say stealth and thieves' tools.
Like I can do performance and deception. Or persuasion.
I'd say you could cause a distraction with performance or a musical instrument. So let's decide what 3 checks we want to start with. Because I'm hearing Genevieve,
Stealth for me.
Genevieve, Geppa, and Alister are going on the excursion. The 3 of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And each of you take a bard die.
So go ahead and make.
Sure.
We'll start with Geppa's stealth check.
Is
And-
the bard dice the d6?
Yes.
Genevieve, would you like to start with stealth or thieves' tools?
I want to start with thieves' tools.
Okay. And
That's a 22 on stealth.
that's not bad.
Oh,
I had another suggestion, but I don't know that if anyone else wants to go to. Never know when you might have to lift up a gate or a bar or something like that and do some bend bars, lift gates, and get some athletics in there.
You're thinking like an athletics check. You can go on the excursion with
Yeah.
them, but that's going to increase the DC of the checks because you got more people to keep track of.
Yeah, fair.
Is that what you like to do?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get an athletics check from Hugo. Let's get either performance or musical instrument check from Alister. And what was Jen's thieves' tools check?
I had a 13.
13. Okay.
It's a 25 from Alister.
On what?
Musical instruments.
Okay. Playing your violin up there. And what about
Yeah,
athletics?
he's gonna walk in singing and playing.
What about
That's
athletics?
an 18. That's
18.
an 18 from Hugo.
All right. You've got 3 successes and 1 failure in this batch.
I wonder which one's the failure.
So Alister
This 4.
kind of figures out what the personnel in the area are like to do. Many of them are school staff, but there are just as many just various excavation guilds from around the Republic that have contracts in this area or that area of the ruins. A good mixture of people who would care that you're sneaking around out here and get you in trouble, and just as many people who are they're of no concern what you do as long as you don't interfere with their work. So Geppa manages to scout out the area very quietly. Alister manages to figure out which people need to be distracted and get them out of the way. Genevieve spends several flustered minutes at a portcullis trying to
Portcullis.
take the lock on the chain, at which point Hugo just comes up and pulls it up over her head. So what that batch of checks is going to model is that your group has a route into and out of this area of the ruins that you're fairly confident you can make, as long as you do it at the same time of day each time. So I guess it's a good question. Is what time of day did you do this?
Midnight, dark hour.
The dark hour.
Dark hour.
Sure, dark 30.
Sure.
Or in the morning, or super early morning, or super late at night.
So you've scouted out the path, so you can get to the dungeon and back without further checks.
Yeah.
So what time did we agree upon? Sorry, I typed this in.
I heard.
I believe
midnight.
it's super early in the morning gives us more time to actually explore the dungeon.
Talking like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, kind of a deal.
I was thinking like 5.
I'm hearing if you explore the dungeon, you're gonna have a level of exhaustion the next day. That's what I heard.
I feel
mean,
like if
that's-
we come out during the day, then it's harder to get back undetected. Like we should go in and come out while it's dark.
Try to get out before sunup.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
11 p.m. to 3? I don't know.
Yeah, but then we sleep to our classes the next day.
Well, don't
Yeah.
take early
You're
morning
assuming
classes
I'm
when
awake
you're-
during my classes to begin with.
when you're a ruins chaser.
You were all awake in that mushroom class. Well,
Until someone ate the mushroom.
Léopold wasn't for a little while.
Yeah. He conked out at the end there.
Okay. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Whoops, I didn't put a fog of war over my map. I need you all to blindfold yourselves.
Okay.
That's my bad.
You guys are off like having a a mini heist thing going on, and Leopold's just sitting on the couch. Just gets the rules.
Just sitting there mad.
He's just
Everyone
mad.
Everyone comes
He's
back.
sitting there
"Got
with
it."
Dahlia like, I can't believe them.
Dolly's like, dude, it sounds fun. How come you didn't go? All right.
I didn't go because I have already stolen like several people's thunders by doing random roundhouses, and I kind of want to give other people a chance to have fun.
See, you could have helped me distract. We could have, oh my god, it's a roundhouse guy.
I
Look,
thought
it's
about it,
Roundhouse.
but I thought about it.
Roundhouse
But
guy.
All right, I have the fog of war up. I'm just going to go ahead and save this map now.
Oh, where am I on the? Oh, I'm just
I'm huge.
Why are we so big?
Because we were large in the dorm room.
Yeah.
I thought about it, but then like you guys got 3 successes, so I just stayed quiet.
Yeah, you needed
Are
3
we using the
successes
big grid
before
or
2
the
failures.
small grid?
These are going to be the small one. Typically, anytime you see the really tiny squares, you're going to need the tiny squares. I've had this template for so long. I think I've used the same grid template.
There we
It has to be since the first Flumph campaign, I would think.
Yeah. That one's been around for a while.
I've had this for years. So yeah, you guys find the training grounds area down in the Darkwood Rift. I need my lens of truth.
Did we seriously find this within a day, you guys?
Well, Geppa had spent a
Yeah,
couple
it
days.
says-
I mean, he left
Yeah.
right after you guys spoke with Ninepath. He was already on the job.
Oh,
And-
this felt like it was 24-hour turnaround.
And then he
Geppa's
works in
really-
the area. It might have been
Geppa's
2 or 3
really on the
days.
ball.
Okay. The entrance. First of all, I'll go ahead and erase the credit here. What is this? Is it Snowy Snaps? Like, if you're gonna write your little credit booger on your thing, don't use a weird
No, it's Snowy's maps.
Snowy
Oh,
Snaps.
Snowy's maps. There we go.
Yeah. Thank you, Snowy.
That's the mouse tail. It's part of the signature.
Got it.
No, it's adorable.
It's very adorable.
My
mean-
eyes saw that as Scooby at first. And I got
That
very
mouse has a
Snacks.
that mouse has a deformed tail.
Well, it is partly the letter Y.
you find the crumbling stairwell down into the area. So this is a real section of ruins that had long ago been excavated and been cleared of valuables and magical secrets and everything else, and then at some point repurposed for exactly this purpose, to be used as a kind of training grounds for up and coming ruin seekers.
Is there a plaque that says "Welcome to the tutorial dungeon"?
No, but that's exactly what it is. I just need to step back into the tunnel for 2 seconds.
Is there a plaque that says manufactured by the Dungeoneering Guild?
This is San's work
Sans
thesis.
handiwork.
This dungeon inspected by, and then it's just whatever like weird ass Braille language San uses for his own
Yeah.
name.
Yeah.
So the one thing that this place doesn't have is a light source of any kind.
What, you guys can't see in the dark?
Nope.
No.
I can.
Huh.
Alister will put a light on the end of his rapier, I guess.
Strange.
So
Actually,
I
it's
Alistair-
thought
just
everyone
something
could see in the dark.
I
Hugo
could.
snaps his fingers and a torch springs to light.
I can make it a spell, but I'm still working on it.
So here, I'm going to use a different color because this is kind of a dark map. So Alistair, you've got a light cantrip on your sword, and then
Yeah.
Hugo, what's that?
Hugo's carrying a torch.
Hugo's just lighting up a good old-fashioned torch.
Yep.
Okay. What do you guys do
Might have a couple of those in case I need to read, but like I can
About-
see.
the locked stone door in your way? In the center of the
I can
door is a
get it.
large, not a large, but a mechanical keyhole. But there doesn't seem to be any handle or opening mechanism.
Seems to
Maybe
be a
you'll
Jen
try and-
problem.
Pick it open.
So you're gonna step
She
right up
says
and
I have to do a little better than I did on that portcullis.
Yeah, go ahead and give me that check.
Okay. I'll do it without inspiration. Let's see what that does. 21.
Okay. And after a few moments, you feel the lock mechanism inside of the door flip over, and you're confident that you have disengaged it, but the stone door doesn't open up.
That's strange. Like I can visualize the locks, and she like twists the lock picks in the lock, and you see it turn, but then nothing seems to happen. There's something else
Does it-
holding this in place.
Is it
Did-
pull
did-
or push?
Did you
Try
check for
both.
traps?
Nobody checked it for traps. Oh, that's
she
a
steps
rookie
back-
mistake.
She steps back very quickly.
All you
Well,
first
we're
year
rookies.
dungeoneering students.
Joe doesn't know anything about traps.
Why is
Yeah,
Geppa
Hugo's in it.
rotated? Is that
We were
intentional?
doing. Okay. I
Hugo's
thought the
gonna step
dungeon was
forward and
rotated.
Oh,
Look the thing over. Yeah. Hugo's gonna step forward and
Oh,
look
I
the thing
see,
over
okay.
for traps.
I guess it doesn't matter. You're gonna check it for traps belatedly now that the lock has been picked.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and give me the investigation check.
Sure.
Oh, she is proficient.
That's
with
an
that.
8.
An 8.
Yeah.
You don't know
Oh.
what kind of trap could be on this door.
Hugo reaches out, tries to pull it open.
You can't pull it because there's nowhere to grab hold of it. There's not a handle or an opening
Yeah.
mechanism. You try to push your
Yeah.
weight against it and push.
Puts his shoulder against it and starts pushing.
Okay. And you're feeling some resistance in the door. Let's get a perception check from Genevieve and from Hugo.
Oh, I was hoping for investigation.
You got a
Perception?
crowbar?
Perception.
She's not great at these. 7.
15.
Hugo,
Sir.
the resistance you're feeling from the door is because where you're pushing it in the place where it obviously looks like it's supposed to open, right? Like you're pushing in
Yeah.
the center of it where it's split down the middle.
Mhm.
And playing out the resistance, the higher you reach on the door, the more give you feel.
Does it flip forward or down?
Possibly. Here, hold this torch.
Yeah, Genevieve will hold it. She'll step back.
And Hugo, when you reach up to the door and kind of
Mhm.
pushing against the top to see if there's any give, wherever the central pivot is in the door is a lot looser than you were expecting. As soon as you find the right spot, the whole thing tilts downward and inward for a split second, just long enough to dump your ass on the other side and then slam back into place in the entryway.
Wait, I saw what he did. He pushed it up right around here.
And then same thing happened to Genevieve, and she falls over on top of Hugo.
Ah! Clank, clank. Oh, I lost the light source. It's in the dark now.
Alister's got a rapier.
Yeah,
Alright.
all sorts of the side.
Can I use an acrobatics to land elegantly on the other side?
I would say if you know how the movement of the door functions, you're able to get through it without a check,
Okay.
Yeah.
which is something a benefit the three of you now have. The first two didn't, apparently.
Yep.
And one by one, you guys get over into the second room. I need to make sure I'm not erasing the wrong parts here. They didn't put any doors on the map, so I have to erase the parts of the map that exist, and then I have to draw the doors in. Also, what I'm going to do for
Where
this
did our
map...
torch go? Oh, there it is.
I'm going to turn up the light a little bit just so we can... This is a very dark map.
But you guys can't see in the dark?
Hugo
So
picks up his
weird.
torch, relights it with his cantrip.
Sorry about that. Are you okay?
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
This is
Even
a
in her
shaky
armor,
old
she
one.
weighs almost nothing.
Bear with me 1 second as I pull up the 4th notepad tab that I've needed today.
I thought Notepad doesn't exist anymore.
WordPad doesn't exist anymore. Notepad is forever.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. There is a major difference between those.
I currently have.
That's why Treble is like, "Look, just use 2 notepads," and I'm like, "I need to murder you. You don't know what you're talking about."
I
No, and
currently have.
I get it.
14
I really
notepad
get it.
tabs open.
I found some software called Atlantis Word Processor that I really like, and I've been using that. And if I use it for 2 more days, I've got to pay for it. So I'm going to do that.
I have 14 notepads.
Is it subscription based or is it
No, I'll pay $50 and I'll own it forever.
good?
Aw.
Good. Bless Atlantis then.
Yeah.
Not sponsored.
Hashtag not sponsored.
But if you want to sponsor us,
All right. Coming into this room, it's very eclectic because you see around the room are several workstations of various types of magical practice. And they look very, very different from each other. Like one is a table with like alchemical setups, so beakers and Raz, what are some chemistry things? Alembic.
fume hood, titration station,
Yeah.
ovens, that sort of thing.
Elsewhere, you have one where there's like an empty lectern where a book could be placed, and nearby there are empty inkwells and discarded quills. And in still another one, there's one where it looks like there's runic carvings along the stone countertop, giving off an ominous glow. Another one looks like it might be a gadgeteer's station where there are tools for gem cutting, clock making, and things like that. A group of eclectic magicians could work very well in this room. And then around the perimeter of the room are 4 locked doors. These ones are wooden doors that have obvious handles on them. And the keyholes are the lock plate over the keyhole is very conveniently color-coded from left to right. If you see the 4, we're starting over in the left over here. The colors are green, yellow, red, and blue. So we've got green keyhole, yellow keyhole, red keyhole, blue keyhole.
Wait,
Hugo stops next to the workstation where there's all the runic magic and implement stuff, and he starts taking notes very dutifully.
Give me an Arcana check.
many people hold the torch again while you're writing.
He's writing with the torch. It's a torch on one end and a pen
Oh,
on the other.
wow. Wow, that's I have to get one of those.
That's a 3.
A 3? Okay. Yeah, deciphering the runic markings on the table is beyond you then,
Can I try that?
if you like.
Arcana. Let's see here.
So yeah, this is me. This is me trying to give an excuse for the subclass I'm taking at level 3.
17.
17. So looking at runic magic is not widely well practiced throughout the Republic, but it is known to exist in certain forms. And Genevieve had a noble upbringing, yes?
She's like middle class.
Okay. So
Yeah. She doesn't have levels of noble, if that's what you're
I
asking.
want you to imagine you're tasked with not designing like an actual runic workstation where you would do actual rune work, but if you were designing like the theme park version of that, like it needs to look like such a rune, like it needs to be able to withstand only trivial amounts of scrutiny. But the runes don't actually do anything but glow, and they don't actually conform to any runic calligraphy that you are aware of.
What you're saying is it's like it's written in runic Comic Sans.
Sort of. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just here to sell $80 or
Yeah.
$250
It's here to play a
R2D2s.
part. Jamie's gonna take that conclusion. She's gonna look at all this stuff and go, "Is all of this just fake?"
This is a training dungeon.
Hugo does get a little bit embarrassed and puts his notes away.
The
So what are the
runes
different stations?
Like there's an
don't make
alchemicy,
sense.
alchemicy. That's a great word.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna roll with
Alchemicy?
it. There's an alchemicy station. There's the
Yeah.
rune work. There's like an artificer or gadgeteering station. There's an empty lectern where like a book could be placed. And then there would be one that kind of resembles a religious centerpiece in a chapel where like a basin of water would be placed
Okay.
to receive blessings from air.
I guess Alister's gonna go check out the lectern.
Okay.
I don't think none of these look like the kind of stuff I do.
Yeah, this is all. Each one of these seem to represent the different sources of magic.
Or the different colleges, anyway.
They look more like methods than sources to me. Like, what's the difference between learning how to mix a chemical and learning from a book?
Once again, there's no musical instruments. Everybody hates music in this goddamn realm.
Yeah, that's got to be a little offensive, but it represents all the ways of making magic, and the bar's just sitting there like seething.
He has to make his own magic. Sorry.
Where's the blood magic?
There is
You need to make
no,
that too.
there's nothing as far as blood magic. There's nothing as far
Yeah.
as
Exactly.
Yeah.
You and me, Alister, we're both left out.
I'm gonna like.
Walk over, hug him.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you both start bleeding.
You pick
Because
his
you're broken.
pocket while you're over there.
Leopold's doing what over here?
I'm examining the door. Like, is it just a simple door with a keyhole?
It's a heavy wooden door, and then the lock plate over it. There's a metal lock plate where a key would go in, and it's been very purposely, like they've mixed blue ink in with the metal. It's been
Okay.
very garishly colored almost.
And the blue section over here is what?
So you got these patterns on the floor, but again, after a few moments of inspecting them, they look like they could be wizardry or academic patterns of some kinds. But on inspection, they're only designed to look like that.
Try this door. Is it locked?
All of the doors are locked.
Alister's
tried
just gonna
just
start searching for a
picking
blue
one?
key.
Searching for a blue key. Where?
Yeah. I guess he's gonna start at whatever this blue section is.
I'm starting at the blue section on the floor.
Yeah, looking for a blue key.
Okay, I'm gonna have to step away for 2 seconds and make sure my dog is calmed down. I'll be right back.
Abby's first dungeon. That's the name of the session.
Huh.
I
Babby's
figured
first
it out.
dungeon? Or... Yeah.
Babby's first dungeon.
I called it the tutorial dungeon in my notes.
Ickle Babby's first dungeon. This is fun so far. I'm liking it. Hopefully the himbo's coming out on Hugo.
I'm glad that Chris called me a sweet summer child, because yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to go for.
Please don't eat any more poisons on purpose.
Well, I don't know. He had full faith in the teacher.
The
That was
rest
your
of
first
us sure-
mistake.
The rest of us sure didn't.
I mean, it's probably the first teacher he's ever met, so.
Yeah. What if the lesson was, let this be a lesson to you, trust nobody.
Especially your
Never trust zero
teachers.
30.
All right, sorry about that. My wife just got home, which caused my dogs to melt down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I
Yeah,
get?
I know, that works.
Nuclear room.
Need to go find new dogs now.
Yeah, they're just pools of bubbling flesh on the floor now, eating down through the hardwood.
Oh,
I
they
get-
ate the mushroom.
Alister, are you proficient in both investigation and arcana?
I am only proficient in Arcana, but I'm a bard.
And give me an investigation check all by itself.
That's a 19.
A 19. Checking out the blue pattern on the floor, thinking that it's going to be connected to finding this blue key somehow. And you notice two things about the pattern. One, that it's actually somewhat indented into the floor itself. Each of the little decorative lines are about a finger's width. And two, all of these decorative lines do seem to converge on a particular point. Like if you were to pour water in any point along these little indentations, it would necessarily flow to a particular point in the design.
He pulls out his water skin and dumps some water at that point.
And just kind of glugs it onto the ground.
Yeah, well, in the grooves, so it flows.
Okay. It's a very good idea in dungeoneering practice to get rid of all of your drinking water in the first room.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely
That's
what you
just-
want to do.
I was just thinking that. We are at the start. We could just immediately leave and go get more water. If this is a training dungeon, there should be a beverage.
I don't have to
station.
create water. I'm sorry.
Alister, as you watch the water flowing to the particular convergence point, it causes in the bottom of the indentation as it goes to reveal lettering that's far too small to read without some sort of magnification. When the water reaches the end, instead of draining away, it pools up there and then starts to freeze. And when it's completely frozen, it sits in the form of a key.
Alistair will pick up the key without having it melt, hopefully.
Now, it feels pretty solid. I mean, it will melt at room temperature over the course of some amount of time. But as long as you're not like licking it and sucking on it, it's not going to melt away before you do something with it. But as you're standing there, as you pull the key out over the course of the next minute or so, the lettering and the indentation fades away.
Is there any chance of reading the lettering?
You need some way to magnify it. You would need a magnifying
you do
glass or
that.
some kind of magic to understand it properly.
Did not buy a magnifying glass. Oh well. Alistair holds up the key proudly as if it's the greatest thing he's ever done.
Wait, where did you get that from?
Magic! And then he walks over to the door and tries to open it.
So you try to open the blue door with the ice key.
Yeah. What could go wrong not knowing what the words say?
Oh, that's a good question. What could go wrong?
Hugo, and he hears this commotion. He's of astonishment. He's going to go back over here toward where Alister is.
Okay.
Geppa. Call out for Geppa.
Sorry, Geppa, we'll use your blood next time.
This room is gross.
Yeah, what the hell?
Looking into this room, there are spots on the floor where the stones seem to open in bizarre fleshy maws. In other spots, there are wicked-looking wooden spikes lined up along the walls and positioned on the floors, and in places there are just piles of what looks like decaying flesh with something hard and pointy poking up through them. Did I miss a door? I did miss a door. I'm sorry.
Help! I
Mr.
need
Beef
an
up here?
adult.
I am an adult.
Hugo, I need an adult.
Hugo steps forward.
Okay. Yeah, looking into the room, that's what you see. And I mean, you're
Gross.
assuming you're like casting your light into the room.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like it. Do we have to? Can we pick a different door?
On the plus side, it doesn't smell nearly as badly decayed as that fungus class you guys all had.
I mean, it doesn't look that bad, does it? This is bad? I don't know. This is the first time I've been in one of these.
This isn't what your bedroom at home looks like, is it?
No.
Hugo's gonna cast his light down one of these fleshy maws.
Okay. Let's roll some initiative. I like fleshy maws.
Don't we all?
How many experience points are these things worth?
Exactly 300.
You're assuming we can kill him.
Exactly 300.
There are 5 of them.
Don't say that. That's a lot. It'd be like a deadly level 1 encounter.
As you cast your light down into one of these fleshy maws.
Like, I'm not actually dropping the torch in there. I'm just shining the
I
light so I
understand.
can
You're
peer
leaning
down it.
over, holding the torch out so you can see what the inside of this disgusting floor mouth looks like.
So we can eat your
Yeah.
orange.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it vomits what can only be described as an undead battle chicken.
That's
This little
horrible.
flappy, featherless creature of decaying flesh and protruding bone with one red eye in the center of its face. And it
Oh,
comes
no, it's the-
fluttering up and out. And another one
Adorable.
flutters up and out of here.
It's the robot chicken.
And another
The
one
demon
flutters
chicken.
up and out of here.
It's a
And-
dickin'.
Who's at the top of my order? I'm going to say anybody not in this room is surprised.
Apparently, Alister is the top of your order.
So Alister and Genevieve and Léopold are surprised.
Oh, is this not part of the room here? Sorry.
That's like a little entryway into the room, but you weren't looking. You
I
didn't see
see,
the
okay.
whole everything. Also, you guys
was
have
like,
no
damn,
experience of adventurers. You're just like your kids were 10 minutes ago. You were in math class. I think at this stage of your adventuring life, you're much easier to surprise. So Alister's at the top, but he's surprised.
If I'm surprised, yeah.
And then who?
Then it's going to be Geppa, who's surprised.
Geppa's not surprised.
In the
'Cause He
room.
was standing in the room and watched these terrible zombie chickens pop up out of the floor.
Oh, where Alister is not in the room?
Correct.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah, I just asked that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you weren't paying attention. You pay attention in class.
Chris.
Well, I thought you were on the other side of the door. I don't know why.
How much longer do you want to have this
Alright.
conversation?
So I'm gonna go ahead and cast
Another
Shillelagh.
10 minutes.
Is this a good square to stand in?
Yes, I'm going to assume that you
And
don't
which
purposely
square
put
is
your
this
feet.
pink thing in?
Put it right here if you need it to be in a particular square.
All
It can go right
That's
there.
fine. And then I'm gonna attack it.
Very good. You're gonna
Let's hit an armor class of 19.
squash the zombie poultry. Yeah, that'll hit.
Dealing 11 magical bludgeoning.
Okay. And the zombie
Oh,
chicken
Brickroad.
is bloodied.
Bloody zombie chicken.
Is that all you got?
Yeah,
Level
that's
1
all I'm sorry.
characters.
I'm level
Yeah.
1. I used my action and my bonus action, so I don't know what you expect from me here.
It's very,
Oh.
very angry that you've hit it. Who's next?
Genevieve is surprised.
Surprised.
And so now it is your battle chicken's turn.
I'm sorry, what kind of damage was that? Bludgeoning?
Magical bludgeoning.
Magic. Got okay. Genevieve is
She's
surprised.
surprised.
Who's next?
Your battle chickens.
Oh boy.
The Zickens.
Okay. I get to peck Geppa once, and I get to peck Hugo twice.
Can you give us a good macaw?
I don't know that a zombie chicken would have the. Ooh, okay. There's a critical hit. I love that.
Oh, look, crits against level 1 characters, I see.
Duh.
You know what? I'm surprised I don't have a reaction. Never mind.
Oh, you got
you
your
do have a
reaction
reaction.
now.
You got it back at the end of your
Oh.
surprised turn.
Well, good. Let's silvery barbs up.
All right. It starts.
Starting it early.
Start that right again.
All right.
I'm just waiting for the day when the DM learns that like he also can silver.
He knows.
Oh yeah,
He
I know.
knows, he's well aware.
Yes. so
Nobody,
go
no
ahead.
one developed a
Silver
rivalry with
barbs.
anyone in Silver Quill.
The reason that I have not just had all of my characters using silvery barbs on you guys ever since the book came out and you started spamming it is because it's not fun to use it against
No,
players.
I get
often.
it.
But
no, it's
if you're making the request,
no, I'm not.
Just
just
make
like-
an enemy in Silver Quill, I'm telling you.
I'm just
I'm going to
comparing and
design an
contrasting.
encounter where like all of the enemies are going to have like silvery barbs and counter spell and just frustrate all of you for 9
Yeah.
combat rounds.
So Brickroad
it'd
is
be
going to
hard.
play blue. So I get it. No, Brickroad
That turns
plays
that
blue, I
zombie
get it.
chicken peck into a 15 to hit against Geppa.
Who's that one hitting?
Geppa.
My AC is 16.
All right, so that, and then I've got an 18 to hit Hugo
18 hits Hugo.
and a 7 to hit Hugo.
7, you're going to have to roll a little better than that.
Oh, I don't have to roll very much better than on this damage die, though. That's going to be 7 points of pecking damage from the one that got you.
Wow. Hugo's bloodied.
Yeah, these things are horrible. They're horrible little zombie chickens.
Zickens.
I will point out, by the way, this monster comes to you courtesy of the Tome of Beasts 2, which Treble was kind enough to send me this year. So,
Thanks,
It was
Treble.
Treble's fault. Great.
so that was zombie chickens. Who's next?
After zombie chickens is Leo, who is surprised.
Leo surprised. Who's next?
Hugo, time for revenge.
Hugo is going to get revenge. Delicious poultry flavored revenge.
Poultry flavored revenge. Sounds really gross.
Tastes like chicken.
Drops his torch, double hands his great axe.
Okay.
It's gonna have to pay a 15 to hit.
15 will hit.
We're gonna bring out the D12. You love
Uh-oh.
the D12.
It's so weird to see the D12.
I know, right? 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Thing is bloodied and slashing damage. I need a dexterity saving throw from you.
Ugh.
DC's 11.
Can you stop asking me to do that, please?
No. I enjoy it.
That's an 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
So you're going to take an additional 3 points of acid damage. The thing spurts caustic blood up at you.
Bonus action second win, because holy shit, I'm down to 2 hit points.
Being level 1 is fun. I'm going to run an entire campaign at level 1 someday.
Okay, that was a much better second win this time. That's
That's real good.
Don't you hate it when you like you're cutting your chicken and it like spurts into your eye? You got like the gross chicken juice. Ugh.
Has
don't like that.
ever happened?
Oh wait,
Brickroad,
no,
I
I'm
don't know
thinking of
what
grapefruit.
chicken you're cutting.
Part chicken, part
Yeah.
grapefruit.
What? What type of creature is this?
It's a zombie chicken.
I don't know, but that's gonna end Hugo's turn, and that's my short rest resource for the
That's
for the dungeon.
That's gonna end any and all hopes of me sleeping tonight. Is what
I
that's gonna
have
do.
okay. I have the artwork from the book that I will paste into the chat for you.
Goody.
Let's see how close I
they're
was
great.
with my robot chicken.
Paste into the Discord chat, into the party chat here.
Oh God.
Yeah, I love these things.
I hate
that's
it.
like that's like from Metroid or something,
It kind of does look like a Metroid monster.
right?
Yeah, Metroid
So that was
chicken.
Hugo's turn. And Hugo, you're happy staying put right there?
Yeah, I don't want to take attacks of opportunity because holy shit, that hurt.
Who's next?
Next is Alister.
Alister. No one
Heads
is
up,
surprised.
don't cut him.
Smacking seems to work.
Yeah, hitting them with piercing or slashing damage risks being hit by caustic blood.
Nice. Alistair's gonna walk up behind Hugo.
Yep.
He's gonna touch his shoulder and say, "Don't worry, Hugo. I believe in you." And cast heroism.
Okay.
So Hugo, a willing creature you touch is imbued with bravery. Until the spell ends, the creature is immune to being frightened and gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting modifier, which is 3, at the
Sick.
start of each of its turns. When the spell ends, the target loses any temporary remaining hit points. So every time your turn rolls around, you get 3 temporary hit points.
That's pretty sick.
Right.
What I don't know is if you get it as soon as the spell is cast or not.
No, start of his turn.
I think it's the start of your turn.
Yeah,
And I
I was
don't
like-
think there's a limit to it.
There's not. It's for a minute.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
concentration.
Remember that temporary hit points don't stack. If you get temporary hit
Yep.
points, they replace the temporary hit points you currently have.
Yep.
Which he has.
Oh,
no-
I see. Okay.
And Alistair's staying put in that square?
No, Alistair's gonna move.
Alistair's going to move back. Who's
I don't
next?
think I knew that about temp HP.
Yeah, it's out temp HP.
So after Alistair is Geppa.
So, Brickroad,
right.
there's no spot on this character sheet for temporary HP,
There's
so
not.
I'm gonna make one up.
Okay.
Remind me what the rules are for ranged attacks in melee.
I think the rules as written is you make ranged attacks at disadvantage if the creature is within their melee reach of you. I'd have to look it up, but I typically don't use those rules.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Sorry, I meant what our house rules were for it. So
Oh yeah, I don't have any real house
okay,
rules. Like,
excellent.
You can go ahead
Which
and
one
make a point
did
blank
Alistair?
shot.
Which one did Hugo hit?
Hugo hit this one closer to you.
All right, I'm
It's-
gonna. Geppa pulls his hand back, and you can kind of see for a second in the dim light, like the charred outline of his skeleton as fire erupts along the inside of his body, and he throws a firebolt at that thing.
Gross. Now it's
That'll hit an armor class of 26,
That'll hit.
dealing 5 fire damage.
And that's
Firebolt.
enough for that one. It is now zombie fried chicken.
That's my turn.
Ooh, don't eat that.
So you're staying put there. Who's next?
After Geppa is Genevieve.
Genevieve's
Followed
gonna
by
run into
chickens.
the room. She's gonna panic very briefly and then just kind of go over here. And she doesn't have a weapon in her hand, but she swings her fists, and they start to crackle with electricity.
Has Genevieve ever
That's
done
prob-
anything like walk towards a zombie chicken before?
No, she is not thinking at the moment. Where is this? I have a 20 to hit.
20 will hit.
Let's see. Is this D8? Okay.
Nice.
8 electric damage, and it this creature cannot use reactions.
Well, it's dead.
Oh, okay, good. I gotta count movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And she's gonna run over and actually I'm gonna go here. She's gonna try and help Hugo.
Okay. How are you helping? Or are you just going to stand there?
I'm just standing there.
All right. Who's next?
Your chicken.
Gonna turn on and peck Genevieve.
Hi.
That's gonna be a 19 to hit Genevieve.
Oh, 19 is her AC. Boo.
Pleased to be enjoying 4 points of pecking damage.
Ow.
Like just
Rude.
tearing up your boot.
But Hugo's okay, right? She says.
When Hugo's turn rolls around, he'll get some temp HP. Whose turn is it next?
Well, it is Leo's.
All right. $30.
Do you want to stand on top of them all?
You can safely stand there. I'm going to assume you don't purposely put your feet down into the weird tooth hole in the floor.
Punch.
That's what I think of mouths as tooth holes.
Tooth holes.
Tooth holes.
Does a 9 hit? the
9 does
chicken?
not hit.
Roundhouse kick.
How are you going to
bonus-
roundhouse kick something that's tiny?
Sweep
Do a
kick.
low round
Drop
house
kick.
I sweep the leg.
Dive kick.
Uh, that is a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right.
Vector calculus.
That game was fun for what it was.
That
Yeah,
it
it was great.
9 points of bludgeoning damage.
9 points. It is bloodied. And that was bludgeoning damage, yes?
Yes.
All right. Are you going to moving or staying put?
I used all my move.
Excellent. Who's next?
Hugo, who gets 3 temp hit points.
Hugo takes his action to switch to a flail and board.
Okay.
He now has a higher AC,
The axe clatters to the ground. He gets out his flail and his shield.
ready to smash this thing. Yep, that takes an action. So
It takes an action to dom the shield, yes.
Yep.
No.
So that's gonna end Hugo's turn. Alister.
Alistair looks at the chicken, opens his mouth, and goes,
Okay.
vicious mockery.
And that's a wisdom save?
That is a wisdom save. Yes, I don't know why I'm rolling.
I have a
DC 13 wisdom.
6 on the
That is
saving
a
throw.
fail.
How much psychic damage did you do to my poor zombie chicken?
1.
1?
Has a disadvantage on its next attack.
That's true.
I was gonna say, are you taunting the chicken? And then I realized, oh yeah, you're a bard. That's what they do.
And are you staying put back there? With your,
Yes.
your glowing rapier? Who's next?
After Alistair is Geppa.
5, 10, 15, 20. Get to
I'm
there.
doing what San should have been doing in the last campaign by doffing and donning shields.
I always had a shield out.
Yeah, in 4 arms.
Hits an armor swing with my staff. I hit an armor class of 18.
18 will hit.
Dealing 9 magical bludgeoning.
And that's enough. As the third zombie chicken is squashed.
Oh, these
Soon-
are gross.
As the monsters are dead, the little yapping maws in the floor stop moving and take up a closed position with the teeth interlocking in such a way that they're no longer a threat. And then a secret square, a secret tile in the ceiling in the corner of the room back here opens up, depositing some amount of obviously fake coins and gemstones into a little enticing pile.
Careful,
Maybe
it might be a mimic.
Genevieve will go look at it, but she's gonna investigate it.
Okay.
Like, why did you have to say the word traps at the start there? Now I'm paranoid of everything.
Hey, Léopold, can you carry this
What is it? What am I carrying?
torch?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, what is this?
It's a little pile of. It was a tile up in the ceiling that opened up when the monsters died, depositing an obviously fake pile of treasure onto the floor. Fake coins
Hey, you guys,
and gems.
points.
Points.
Yeah, maybe
These
like,
are
maybe when we're done, like we get a score or something.
We should take them back to the dean to show that we actually were in here.
Actually, that's a clever idea. and
That's not a terrible idea. No.
So who's
Isn't that
collecting
how-
these up?
Isn't that how that's how you kept track of experience in first edition, isn't it?
It's gold.
yeah.
It was,
Kind
it was
of.
the amount of your gold and gems and stuff. It was the amount of
Yeah.
treasure you had.
What's down this hole now that it stopped yapping?
That's not a hole anymore. The yap
it's
came
completely
closed.
closed,
The
okay.
teeth interlocked,
The
and now
teeth
it is closed up.
yeah.
Okay.
Who?
Does this door have a key hole on it?
Before we get to the doors, who collected the little fake pile of treasure?
It sounds
Oh,
like Genevieve did.
I don't know how much of this I can carry, but
Let's say that you
how,
have
how heavy is it?
10 units of fake treasure.
How heavy is 10 units? Because her strength is 8.
It'll fit in your backpack.
Okay.
Like,
I can
it's
carry
a
this for
giant
now.
pile. Picture like a handful of loose coins and little stones and things. Neither of the
I'll probably
doors
just-
in this
I'll
room
pick up
look
the
to be
next.
locked. No. Are you guys going to continue exploring down here, even though Leo is almost dead?
Wait,
Leo's
what?
fine.
Leo's fine.
Hugo should be fine.
Hugo's
recovered,
fine
so-
too.
Genevieve is down 4. She'll be okay.
Okay.
So,
Leopold.
neither,
The door before you looks like it is not locked.
Okay. I reach down for the handle.
Without checking for traps. Okay. We're just going to.
Oh.
It opens up into
That's not-
this small little
Good job, rookie boy.
antechamber, and then the door on the other side not only looks to be locked, make sure I get this color right, it also looks like it has a red keyhole.
What keyhole color was this right here?
Red.
Okay. Yeah, this leads to the same room that the other room went to.
Seems reasonable. How about this door down here?
Also unlocked.
Hugo will open the door. This is where the trap comes in.
Yeah, I
Once
was
again.
wondering if I should have Genevieve shout, check for traps.
that's gonna get real old for me quick.
Opens into a long hallway.
Hugo puts his flail and shield away, takes his great axe back up, and will take the torch back.
Hold on, wait, before you go down there. Give me the torch. Alister will use his mage hand to grab the torch and move it in big wiggly fashions down the hall to see if anything comes out and kills it.
Are you fishing?
Yes.
Nothing happens when you go to wiggle the torch in, but you see the walls of the hallway on either side. They're wood paneled, but in between the wooden beams are panes of glass.
Can only go about 30 feet out, I think, right? In that mage hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, leading the party with mage hand is probably a good idea.
Can we see through the glass panels?
They look to be like terrarium cavities, but you don't see anything in them. They just dark interiors.
Wait.
You don't see anything moving or fluttering the shadows inside.
Hugo, wait. Let's see if we can break one of the glass panes first.
No, let's not. It seems absurd.
If one of them was broken open, maybe all of them would break.
None of them are
open?
broken that you can see.
Yeah, Hugo's gonna
This is a train. Oh, sorry.
Hugo's gonna let Alister continue to move the mage hand up ahead of him.
Okay.
Alister's
Alister's moving both light sources, the one at the front and the one in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
all
is a
along
training
each side of the hallway are these large glass panes that look into empty terrarium cavities.
They're definitely empty.
They look empty. For them to be
Closer
definitely empty,
inspection?
to know if they were definitely empty, you'd have to find a way to open one up, and there doesn't seem to be an obvious way to do that. Although, you could always just break the glass.
Hugo reaches up and pushes against one of the panes of glass.
And the glass feels cool and smooth to the touch, and there's not any give to it. You don't think it's
Okay.
the glass is meant to move or part that way. Give
And
me
if he
a
wants to- Oh,
give me a perception check, Hugo.
Don't mind if I do. New character sheet, who dis?
right.
14.
14.
Yep.
There doesn't look to be an obvious way into the terrariums from the hallway, but looking at the back of the terrarium, you see what looks like a slat in one of the back corners. You think it might be possible to access them from outside in some way.
Might be able to get into them from the other side. Maybe the...
How big are they?
Maybe 10 foot wide and a couple feet tall. They'll look like
okay. Yeah,
observation windows.
Yeah.
Small windows.
Like
And-
like a reptile house.
Yeah.
Zoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hugo's gonna take the torch out of Alister's mage hand and go to the end of the hall.
And the door looks to be not locked.
Can I look at these from the perspective of this is a training facility? People have probably busted all this shit open. Like, do I see signs of like recent repairs or replacements?
Give me an investigation check. Actually, make this check at advantage.
19.
19. You don't see any evidence of such, but there must be 300 students at least in Strixhaven that have access to the mending cantrip. If this glass were smashed
course.
out, it would be possible to replenish it without leaving any trace that it had been rebuilt.
Genevieve looks at the glass and she goes, "Oh, it's the teapots all over again."
The question is, does that make it more or less likely that you're going to now break the glass?
Oh man, that's such a good idea.
Let's open the
Yeah.
door first.
It was Alister's
Yeah.
idea at first. Do you
Yeah.
really want to say... So you're going to open
Yeah.
up the door down here?
She is armored. She would be fine.
Hugo's gonna check for traps first.
Check
Yeah.
for traps? Okay. Give an
She-
investigation
she
check.
asks- She'll ask that. You're like, you guys, I could put this back to how it was.
Let Hugo go first. See if opening the door.
Dirty
does something.
20.
Dirty 20?
Yep.
I'm mad.
You're mad?
It's a-
Did I find
Is
the
there a
one
trap?
trap?
You
Did I
went
find the
through...
trap?
You went through 1, 2, 3 doors of this dungeon. 4 doors in this dungeon without checking for traps. And then when you finally checked one, Hugo. To open this door, you'd have to take hold of the handle and twist it to the side. You know,
Right.
a doorknob.
Like a door.
However,
Like a door.
you see almost imperceptible in the dim light, but you see a crease along the wall that cannot just be part of the door fixture. And you realize if you turn this handle, you're going to open some sort of cavity built into the door itself. What will come out of that cavity, you have no idea.
You want me to mage hand it open?
Probably a good idea. Yeah,
I-
Hugo's gonna back off.
Can you just disarm it instead? With the thieves' tools?
You could do
well,
that,
the
but then you
door-
would not be able to use the mechanism to open the door.
Yeah. Can we open the door if we do that?
Yeah. Alister's gonna mage hand and see if he can open the door.
Okay, roll initiative.
I'm standing back. Oh, can I stay here?
Oh my god.
Treble.
I don't have to move anywhere.
You want to go before me or after me, Treble? Oh, yeah, before or
know.
after.
Just pick it. Just pick one.
All right, so you're mage handing the door, Alister, standing back.
Yeah.
Not opening it yet, just kind of turning the thing to see what happens.
To try and open it, yeah, and to set off the trap.
What happens is the cavity that Hugo just discovered opens, and swarms of stinging insects emerge from the other side of the door.
Oh, excellent. Beautiful.
2 such swarms. Oh, we don't need this one anymore. We need this one. I'm going to say nobody is surprised because you guys purposely opened this door with Mage Hand, and it was the first door you checked for traps.
Listen, it's a learning experience.
Yeah. Who's at the top of my
Oh,
order?
if
Top of your order is Genevieve.
Well, Genevieve ran back away from it, and it turns out that's the wrong direction. So, 10, 15, 20. Sure, I guess we'll walk up in zappy zappy.
Okay. So you're going to put your hands into the insect swarm and zap them?
She has gloves on, so hopefully this will work.
Fucking bug zapper.
Critical hit.
Woo, that's not bad.
I like that. It's like I'm level 5. 10 electric damage.
10 electric damage. It
Is
is
it
called
lightning or electric?
lightning damage.
Lightning.
Lightning. It's 10 lightning damage.
Yeah. So yeah, you push your hands in and you discharge the electricity magic, and just like a bug zapper, just there's the satisfying
Disgusting.
crack and plop of dozens of little bug bodies hitting the floor and curling up.
There's that burnt meat smell.
Moving or
so-
staying put?
I have no more movement. This one no longer has reactions.
Okay.
For a very short amount of time.
But
You
it's
go,
not
you're
quite
next.
bloodied yet.
Hugo drops the torch in this square and flips over because he doesn't know how to walk.
He's doing a handstand to get over to the other swarm.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he's going to take a swing at this one with his great axe.
Very good.
Use the broadside.
Ah, that's a nat 1.
Nat one's not going to hit.
That's not how you use great axes. He shouts back.
That was the not so great axe.
He's wielding like a shovel.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Yeah, that's it for me. Yeah.
Your swarms are next, followed by Geppa.
Ooh, swarms are next, and neither of them are bloodied, so both of them get their full attack.
Rude.
Oh, we tried, guys. I'm sorry.
Try harder.
Now, before I make these attack rolls, I will say there is some discussion in Dungeons and Dragons 5e over the years of whether the insect swarm, as published in the monster manual, is appropriate for a level 1 party.
So why not 2?
So why not 2 of them, right?
But why not 2? Exactly.
Hugo, I've got
Sir.
a 15 for you.
New character sheet. Who dis? 15 does not hit.
All right, Genevieve, I've got a 21 for you.
Oh, boo.
I forgot to turn off my shield, but
Someone
still, it
silvery
does not-
barbs that.
We're level 1 characters. We only have like 1 spell slot between the 5 of us.
I didn't hear anybody silvery barbs it, so I'm just going to go ahead and roll damage.
Nah, I didn't. Yeah.
I'll make sure I'm doing the right kind of damage.
I wasted my spell slot on heroism.
Wasted it.
Well, you might need to resurrect Genevieve here.
Genevieve, 12
Yep.
points of stinging damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
Ooh.
Unconscious, Genevieve drops to the floor as the insects are buzzing around her now unconscious body.
Overflow damage doesn't do anything as long as it doesn't double overflow. Right?
I need to do enough
Correct.
damage to like kill you twice in one
Okay, yeah, no,
source of damage.
that didn't happen.
Correct.
Yeah, but the extra like 4 damage that was, I just delete that.
Doesn't do anything.
It just goes nowhere.
Okay.
Who's next?
Geppa is next.
Can I harm these things without hitting my companions?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, can I reach into the swarm and grab Genevieve and pull her out?
Yeah. The swarm that Genevieve is in doesn't have reactions. So
Okay.
Oh,
So for my action, I'm grappling.
Yep.
She's unconscious, so she doesn't get a choice in the matter.
correct.
So
She
that was
can
5,
pass
10, 15, 20, 25, and I'll end there and put her... Actually, I'm going to end there, and I'm going to use my movement to bring her back behind me.
All right.
I think that's my entire turn. I am not wielding my staff because I had to unwield it to have a free hand to do that.
Okay. Who's next?
So item interaction, put my staff on my back.
Sure. In your gross like adamantine metal staff holding back
Yeah.
ribs.
Yeah, a
Lorelai's
little
still
loop of
smiling
metal.
even while unconscious.
A little loop of metal like slices out of my back from my spine and wraps around the head of my staff to stick it there.
All right, one down,
He's in
4 to
it
go.
for the puzzles.
Who's next?
Leo, save us! Alister is next.
You
He's
said
shouting
Leo.
for Leo to save us, and then he is going to mock the swarms.
Which one?
The one that's about to come attack us.
Oh,
The one
okay.
not on Hugo.
There's
Sure.
2.
Yeah, but the one on Hugo's probably going to see.
And we're looking at a wisdom save.
Oh god, tabletop froze. Yeah, it's DC 13 wisdom.
That's
save.
an 8 on the wisdom saving throw.
All right, then as soon as tabletop unfreezes, I will roll a d4 until you damage.
Sure.
Unless somebody else wants to.
Tabletop going to do what it
think
does.
I see you pinging. There you go.
1 psychic
4.
damage.
Hey,
I'll
that's
roll.
also what I rolled.
That means the swarm is now bloodied, which reduces the damage it's able to do with its stinging attacks.
It also has disadvantage.
Yay.
And it has disadvantage on its next attack roll.
We're fine, guys. We're doing
Alistair,
Alright,
are you
great.
now
staying put
Leo.
there?
And he's gonna move back.
I like how Lorelai's still smiling even in the unconscious sprite state.
Go Leo.
I should have
go,
given
Leo.
you the red version of that when you're in the the quiz club. That would have been good.
Let's see. I want to punch the one on Hugo.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna punch the bloodied one.
Okay. Non-cipher bonus.
That's a nat one.
Nat
Martial
ones.
arts.
You guys got to stop rolling those.
Wow.
Does a 16 hit.
16 does hit.
9 points.
To the already bloody one?
Yeah.
All right. That one's on its last legs. Only a few tiny stinging insects remain in that second swarm. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and model that by shrinking this down a little bit.
Hey.
Is Leo staying put there?
Yes.
All right. Who's next?
Genevieve, make a death save.
Death saving throw. Woo. Come on, 20. No, that's a
Nope.
fail.
Yes.
Now, this is
You
an
want to make
interesting moment
dramatic.
because there was a lot of discussion about, the instructors wouldn't put us in real danger, but Genevieve is really unconscious and she is really bleeding out and she is really
She's
on
really
death's door.
dying. Yeah.
And
mean,
there are
somebody needs
no
to make
adults around to help you.
Yeah.
Somebody
Someone
make
better
a
help.
medicine
Hugo's
check.
an adult.
Functioning.
After Genevieve, it is Hugo.
Hugo.
Yeah, he's gonna swipe it at this one
Okay.
with his great axe. Ooh, does that 13 hit?
13 does hit.
I'm gonna re-roll that 2
Sure.
because I can do that. 9 points of slashing damage.
Against the one on you,
against the bloodied one.
and that one is gone.
You said this thing does not have reactions.
You killed
Well,
the
the
one,
one
that
you
doesn't have
killed
reactions.
didn't have reactions.
The one you killed had
Ah.
disadvantage and no reaction. So
Right, because shotgun
Shotgun
grasp.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and stay put right here.
All right. Who's next?
the swarm.
The swarm.
Geppa.
Yep.
I have
Tried to hit
an
me once.
an 11 to hit Hugo.
Hugo is more armored than that, thank you.
So the bugs are just ineffectively crashing against your armor all over the place,
Yeah.
making horrible little pinging sounds. Who's next?
Geppa is next.
Geppa kneels down, flips over Jen's visor, and maybe this? That's a medicine of 14 to stabilize.
So what's the rule on that? You use up part of your healer's kit?
No, it's just to stabilize. It's just you spend an action, and if you get a 10 or better, they stop bleeding out.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So you're just stabilizing her so you don't have to make death saves anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you
The
can
healer's
stabilize her.
kit. The healer's kit's just no check.
Yeah, he pulls a bit of cloth from one of her kits and wraps it around the place that looks like it's doing the most bleeding.
Okay, so I can uncheck my saves now.
No, but you don't have to keep making them.
Oh, I see. Because I might get hit by something. Got it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't let that happen.
Seems unlikely in this hallway, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you open the door again.
And then for item interaction, I flip my staff back off of my back, and I move in to be between the swarm and my friend.
all right. Who's next?
Next is Alister. You rubber-needled insects can't penetrate a wet sheet of tissue paper. DC 13 Wisdom save.
I got a 6 on the wisdom save.
That's a fail.
He is doing his utmost, and I appreciate it.
That's 4 points of psychic damage.
4
That
points.
definitely did 4 points to me.
And Alistair's happy to stand back.
Yeah, they're also disadvantaged on their next attack.
Oh, okay. Let me mark that. Very good. Who's next?
After Alister is Leo.
Leo, you going to finish things up for us?
You know what I am going to do? I'm going to punch it twice.
Sure. You could totally roundhouse kick a swarm of insects.
So that is a 10 to hit
A 10 does
on the
not
punch.
hit.
And on the roundhouse, it is a 14.
14 will hit. Is that a one frame link
Yeah.
between medium
Totally is.
short and your roundhouse?
I backdash cancel into the roundhouse animation. That is a 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Very good. The thing is bloodied, which means it reduces the damage that the swarm can do. Is Leo happy to stay there?
Yeah.
All right. Who's
Listen,
next?
low forward fireball's a great link.
Genevieve is unconscious.
She gives an unconscious thumbs up and passes her turn.
Fantastic. Then who?
Hugo, be the fly swatter you know you are.
Hugo is going to fly swatter. Let's see. All right, yeah. I ruined my character sheet momentarily, so I had to undo that.
Control A, delete.
Yeah, basically.
Oh God, no! That made me cringe.
18, which I'm 99% sure hits.
18 hits, yes.
For 8 points of slashing damage.
And that's enough.
Yay!
Alister.
Yeah.
A tiny tile in the ceiling opens up over your head and deposits another small pile of fake treasure bouncing off of your noggin.
I guess I catch it and pocket it?
How many fake treasure units did I give you in the first room?
I got
10.
10.
10? Let's call that another 10. 20 fake treasure units.
Yay.
And,
Can anyone do anything?
I mean, use short rest.
Can you take a short rest if you're unconscious?
Yeah.
I imagine you still get to roll a hit die.
You get to roll hit dice if you take a short rest while unconscious.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you regain
I
hit
don't-
points, you will end the unconscious condition at the end of the rest.
Yeah.
The question
can't
is, are you
guarantee
going
what
to
my
continue
roll is.
exploring in this state?
No.
I have 1 inspiration left, and that's it.
Do you
Otherwise,
get
I
those
got
back on a?
insights.
Do you get those back on a short rest?
Nope.
Not yet.
Like second wind, I
Yeah.
believe you recover.
Yeah, I get second wind back.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should at least head back to the entrance and take a short rest.
Okay.
Oops.
Well,
We didn't open this door, did we?
Oh, I guess somebody else has
No,
to
we-
move my token.
We
You want-
started to.
You want to open the door and see what's on the other side first?
when you stand in front of the
No.
door, you can see
Abs-
that the hole that the swarms came through is still open. So the trap is already sprung. It would be safe to open the door now.
Yeah, but we're absolutely not going to open that door.
You're going to go back to the
I'm going
entrance
to go
and
back.
take a rest. And then after the short rest, you're going to decide to push on in the dungeon or...
I'm okay pushing on.
I think a lot of that depends on whether Genevieve rolls an 8 or a 1 on her.
Go ahead and take the benefits of the short rests. I want to make
Alright.
this decision about whether to continue or not before we end the session today.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll roll my hit die. I'm definitely gonna spend it, and I recover 5 hit points, which is not
Not
great.
bad.
Genevieve has ranged attacks as spell slots. Like we could do something about this, but
I'm out of spells. so-
damage 8.
I
Part
spent
of being
most
an accomplished ruin seeker is knowing how
when to
and
fill
when
them
to
out.
expend one's resources and when to push
Yeah.
one's luck.
Brick, how many dungeons has this group done?
You guys 0. You guys haven't done any. You've just
No,
read about
we've
it.
done-
I mean us as,
we've done
us as players. When have we ever stopped when we're ahead?
We've done 0.08 of a dungeon.
I think
I'm gonna go
I
ahead
think,
and save the dungeon here. So are we thinking you want to continue pushing into this dungeon when we come back next week?
I have to be careful, but I think it's fine.
We are.
I
gonna
don't think anybody else.
end
Yeah,
this
but we
session
should
here for now.
probably assume we're not going to go too much further. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could probably do
another
a
rough encounter, and we probably have to another encounter probably, and we have to turn back.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to know that at the start of the encounter, I like label my encounters so I know like the name of each scene. And you all didn't attend fungus class; you attended fugness class.
Fugness.
So you guys did some fugness.
We did do fugness.
It certainly did fuck us.
Why don't you talk about your blips while I go and get a bottle of water and add up some of your experience?
Yeah, experience.
Who's the most creative today?
I'm gonna put forth Alister for mage handing trap and finding key.
I was thinking the key myself too. Yeah.
Yeah. He's good.
Yeah, the key was definitely.
I use this water skin.
I'm gonna get what's next?
I
Party
wanna
goals.
give-
Party goals.
I'm gonna give that to Geppa for going out and finding the dungeon.
Yeah.
Badass to Hugo for
See, I
being
was
a
gonna
level 1 fighter.
I was gonna give badass to you for letting Hugo smack you for almost half your hit points.
No, that was
That was Geppa.
Geppa.
That was
And
Geppa
that-
who did that.
But it's still you who would.
Yeah.
You got smacked.
That wasn't
we
badass.
knew-
That was stupid. But no. Hugo is doing the fighter thing on the front line, and like
Yeah.
HP is a resource, and
He's the
boy,
himbo.
he's scraping to the bottom of that barrel.
He's for being the himbo fighter.
It's like level 1.
All right, who wants some experience points?
Yeah, I can go.
Please?
So for the 7 fire sprites, mischievous fire sprites, 3 zombie
that make-
chickens and 2 swarms of stinging insects. Everyone's taking 105 experience points.
Boo. I wasn't. I
We're
wasn't
all hoping
joking.
for a bigger number.
I wasn't joking.
Can you
when
run
I
that
s-
number one more time, please?
105.
105.
Where is the experience?
Above your initiative, which is a strange spot for it.
So what I did is I created a new sheet on the character sheet, and basically just to tally experience points. And it's so if you take a look at mine, you can see I created one and basically just to total up experience.
What's the
Oh, it's
title
your
of
character
today's
sheet, got it,
episode?
okay.
Oh, I had this. We had this
It's on the
have
syllabus
you-
or something. Was what we. Yeah.
No.
No.
No, it was something else.
I can't remember. It was while
missed-
you were stepped away earlier in the session.
Oh
I-
yeah, I don't remember that
Can't-
either.
I don't remember this conversation at all.
So well, you can come up with a new idea.
Ruins Chaser.
No. Tastes like chicken.
Hits like chicken.
It's like
Oh.
chicken.
Electric fried chicken.
Nobody actually ate the chicken. Leopold ate
well-
a death mushroom.
I'm sure the death mushroom tasted like chicken.
No, you can't taste much of anything. after
Classroom safety. There you go.
Classroom safety. Who wants to make a case for some blips?
I can go.
Please.
All right, Leopold, go ahead.
All right. Where is my? There we go. Lawful good. Everyone has a place and purpose for. Like like just like okay, yeah, teacher, sure. Teacher, I'm student, and then just sticking the right in my mouth.
So it was your
Uh,
purpose to eat a death mushroom.
No. Everybody has a place and a purpose. Her place is the teacher. My place is the student. And like she's responsible for my safety.
Mhm.
So and it's my job to learn from her and I have to trust that she, has my best interest at heart.
I mean, she had antitoxin.
I mean, like whether or not that is okay, so that's a dumb point of view, but like I said, I got called a sweet summer child and that's exactly what I'm going for.
Okay.
My blanked out on what it's called.
Ideal.
Yeah, my ideal. I might fail, but I will never give up. For taking his shirt off at the start of the his demonstration and then remaining stoic after getting hit for 50% of his hit points.
It was a hard hit.
Yep. And then my flaw, only one of us can be the best. And it's clearly me for slightly overshadowing Hugo by accident in his performance.
What do you mean
with
by
a
accident? You can't
roundhouse.
accidentally do a roundhouse kick.
I'm not doing it to one up people though. I'm doing it because that's his that's now his that's a nervous tick.
Then it
Yeah.
was unintentional, not accidental. You purposely did a roundhouse kick that unintentionally upstaged your friend during his own production.
Listen, Leopold did not has not attended any English classes.
Nobody
because-
knows your name is Leopold. Everybody knows you as Roundhouse Guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
You can
Sure.
go.
I'll go.
I heard Alister first.
All right. Alignment, chaotic good. A good deed is no reward. That would be for giving inspiration and cheering on random people throughout the show.
Okay.
Ideal. The glass is always half full. Being super excited that going to see the dean was going to be great. He was going to give us accommodation and tell us how good of a job we did.
He kind of did.
He did.
Also,
surprisingly.
the glass is always half full of stinging insects.
Yes.
Or
And
poison
flaw,
mushrooms.
I just wanted to help. That would be admitting to everything they did and taking credit for the drama club after that little fight.
Okay.
Make drama club great again.
And then I heard Hugo.
I have my alignment, neutral good, just be excellent to each other for trying to college Karen Tenebrae Blackleaf.
Okay. Just spoke to her manager.
I tried to go to her manager and kind of got kind of clowned on.
Mm-hmm.
My ideal, the peace hard one must be preserved. For spending some downtime with Rex to learn more about that piece that was one.
Okay.
And then my flaw, I'm the biggest mark in Fernisco for going shirtless during his demonstration because Alister said it would be a good idea.
Right. Geppa, do you got anything for me?
Yeah, I've got my alignment, chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I do what I want when I can for ignoring Alishar's instructions?
Good.
I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me for immediately setting off to find the dungeon after being told it existed.
Good.
And I'm actually going to change my flaw because I am not finding it easy to work this one into the game.
All right.
My new flaw is when I'm bored, watch out, and I'm easily bored.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
When I'm bored, watch out. I'm all out of chewing gum. What does Genevieve
I'm all
have for
out.
me?
Alignment chaotic good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I could figure it out. For asking the microalchemy class if someone had detect poison prepared today.
Good.
Ideal. What would Eugenia Veritas do for flinging random chunks of walkway at fire spirits to help save a student?
Is that what Eugenia Veritas would do?
She would do something to save. I would
Does she
hope.
actually have the catapult?
She's using her technology for good. That's
I
what
do have
Genevieve
vague
really hopes,
memories
anyway.
of Jeannie catapulting stuff.
I really only remember her
I-
shooting a guy.
I just I didn't use it very often. But like catapulting items, shooting, like blowing them up with a cannon, it's the same thing.
Good.
Yeah.
And
Flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam for initially resisting becoming a rune seeker.
who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
We said Alister used his water skin to create a key and is now thirsty.
And who did the most to further the party's goals?
Geppa found the entrance to the ruins.
Yep.
That key is melted, by the way, after a couple minutes.
No, it makes sense.
I hope we don't need to use it again. Well, I guess we could just remake it if someone else wants to give up their beverage.
Well, I haven't closed
We
the
all
door.
have a water skin. Well, I mean, there might be other doors that need the key.
Oh, sure.
Who was the
there's
badass?
two red doors. Hugo standing against bugs and robot chickens.
Hugo for demonstrating that HP is a resource.
But they were zombie chickens, not robot chickens.
Zicken.
Yeah.
I'm
And
just gonna
I
say
don't
that every time you say
Have
zombie
anything
chicken.
written down from us for intangibles?
who is intangible?
I want to give that to Raz for being the first character to get knocked unconscious.
Yay!
A pity
I have
blip
such
for-
a high AC. Like 19 is really good. That
And
should
did you
not
get
happen.
one shot? Yeah, you got one shot.
No, I had 4 damage from the previous
Oh.
room. Yeah. No, I
Mm.
got hit twice with an AC of 19.
You
It's
would have been
Benedict
one
all over
shot.
again.
You would have been one shot because you
I
took you took 4 damage over what you had.
Yeah.
Yeah, those swarms do
said-
4d4
Oh no,
damage.
sorry,
That's-
I miscounted, but like I would have had 1 hit point. I think I took 12. I have 13.
I do have a personal rule in 5th edition to never send level 1 parties into dungeons.
Huh.
I love how you.
Well,
tell
then
us
you need to go.
about-
You need to go flagellate yourself.
I don't
then.
think this is a dungeon. I think this is the amusement park version of a dungeon.
Listen, he
Yeah.
did not send us here. We came here willingly, probably before we were expected to.
Yeah.
Like, the monsters are real. That was not fake
This
getting
is-
stung to death.
This
Listen-
is the
listen,
like
Brickroad.
training area in Final Fantasy VIII. You can go there right after you start the game and immediately hit a T-Rex or
There's,
die.
there's a dinosaur out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's dinosaurs. There's dinosaurs in the goddamn.
That was the
freaking-
first
training
monster I
area.
hit, and I fought it for 30 minutes, and I was like, wow, this is such an epic game. And then I fought bite bugs for the next hour.
I love how like Brickroad is constantly telling us it's my personal rule never to do X as he is doing X.
What does that
Yeah.
tell you about me?
That you're a
that-
You're a
giant
liar and a
hypocrite.
cheat.
None of you are the Chaos Goblin. I am the Chaos Goblin.
It was me all along.
So, as far as blips go, Hugo had 4 and earned 4, so you're rolling over at least 2. Blips
And
are
blips
worth
are
10
worth?
experience at first level.
I will take 2 blips then and
Come in
change
6.
my XP gain to 125.
So, does that level you up?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
You need 300 to hit level 2.
Geppa had 3 and earned 3, so you can come in next week with 6. Genevieve had 3 and earned 4, so you're rolling over at least 1.
Yeah, there were 10, yeah.
Léopold had 4 and earned 3, so you're rolling over at least 1. Alister had 4 and earned 4, so you're rolling over at least 2. And then everybody can come in next week with 6 if they like. But remember, if you
Yes.
do hit 300, you don't level up right away. You've got to take your exams.
How many extra blips did I have?
Uh,
I didn't hear my name.
I think you had 4 and earned 3.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that sounds right.
And there's a lot of this dungeon left. This is a big
I
map.
mean, there's a lot not painted over, yeah.
So come back next week. We'll see how far you guys want to push your luck.
How many days do we have left? 127?
120 something.
Okay. I don't know, you guys. This might be a long haul.
All right, that's it. Thanks for playing. I'll see everybody next week.